army can repent!
Bass, how low can you go? Death row, what a brother know. Once again, back is the incredible, the rhyme animal, the uncannibal D. Public enemy number 1, 5-0 said freeze, and I got numb. Can I tell them that I never really had a gun? But it's the West and the Terminator expert. Now they got me.
We'll do it live.
They sell 'cause a brother like me.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
What he can save you. What you wanna do is follow for now.
They suck.
The people say, make a miracle. Hold the lyrical. Black is back, all in. We're gonna win. Check it out. Here we go again. Turn it up. Bring the noise. Turn it up. Bring the noise. Never better than bad, cause the brother is madder than mad at the fact that's corrupt as a senator. Soul on the road, but you treat it like soap on a road, cause the beats and the lines are so dope. Listen for lessons I'm saying inside music that the critics all blasting me for. They'll never care for the brothers and sisters, not cause the country has a suffered a war. We got to demonstrate. Come on now! They're gonna have to wait till we get it right. Radio stations are question their blackness, they call themselves black. We'll see if they play this. Turn it up! Bring the noise! Turn it up! Bring the noise!
Get from in front of me! The crowd runs to me, my DJ is warm, he's X-Stackle norm, you know. He can cut a record from side to side, so with the ride, the glide should be much safer than a suicide. Soul control, beat is the power of the rock and roll. Music for worship, for which, and you call the band, man. Big enough music, abuser, but you can't do it, you know. You call them demo, we ride demo too. What you gonna do? Rapper's not afraid of you. Beat us for Sonny Bono. Beat us for Yoko Ono. One of your seats, percent of DJ could be a band, stand on its own feet. Get you what you'll see. Beat us for everything, Hell as well. Hell, passes for Anthrax, Silicon Rock bells, ever forever. Universal and real self. Terminator exit, Terminator exit. Turn it up. Bring the noise.
Pay me 10 rupees and you can ride.
I can't stand all this woke crap anymore.
Exactly. It's just too much.
Hey everybody.
Hi everybody.
Hello, everybody.
You see, I have a multicultural fan base here. All the colors of the rainbow.
I put an effort, you know. I did it on purpose.
There's extra low viewership numbers today, but oh well, it happens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, soon school's going to be starting back, and everybody's trying to get ready for that, I guess. And, you know,
Like, damn it, where's my bots at? I need to puff up my numbers with my bots.
That's actually what made our school system so confusing up here, specifically for Calgary, because half the schools do this like 1 month here and then another month over there to split it up, and the other half still do the traditional 2 months in the summer. And I'm like, just sticking to the 2 months in the summer gave people a way to schedule things or figure things out.
mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I know, like here, sometimes, well, no, here it's like they start the kindergartners off a little bit later than the rest, or no, it's the other way around. They start them off first, and then everybody else has to go, and it's like, why not just start them all at the same time and make things simple?
Well, it seems like, I mean, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but it seems like I had heard that they had started making, what do they call it, before school. They started making it a necessity. What the fuck is the word I'm looking for? There's requirement.
Oh, kindergarten. Oh, no.
No, before.
Preschool.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like I'd heard in some places that they started making preschool mandatory.
Not every kid is needing preschool. I mean, they don't do well. They need a little to grow. They need to grow a little more.
Well, okay. No, let's call it what it is. It's a babysitting service, and after all, you know, it's modeled after the work system, also after the prison system. Let's call it what it is. It's prison for little ones, and semi-free babysitting service. It is not free. Start of school year, you have to give, what is it, 300 per child or you have in school, or some bullshit crazy number like that. And then there's the thing is like, wait, you're telling me I have to put my kids here. Now you're telling me I have to pay for each one of them a crazy amount. It's like, goddamn, don't you provide things?
Well, I mean, by the time you get their supplies, I mean, because these people are asking for stuff like paper towels and Kleenex and glue.
Oh yeah, and okay, you get these supplies, right? Plus a certain money amount. But you get these supplies. Those supplies aren't for your child. They're for all the children. It's like, wait, so you're telling me I'm having to pay for every fucking kid you got? What? The books.
Yes.
Yeah, we do too. So you don't really get anything for free is the fucked up thing.
Tax money's supposed to go to it as well, so there's that too.
Yeah, and they take out of your tax, rather you have to pay into taxes. So basically, they take out your check regularly, like weekly or how often for it as well.
Basically, the only thing that I've ever known the teachers to hand out to the students where that's something that that'll be theirs is usually paperwork, and that's stuff that they just print out. So the cheapest thing that you could use is paper.
Yeah.
Well, when I used to go to school, which was not yesterday, and I've not had to deal with putting my own kids through school or anything, so I've not had any sort of modern experience of it. But when I used to go to school back in the 80s, I guess, you know, we did have books. You know, the school had books that they would hand out, but you know, you didn't take those home. But they would also hand out, you know, jotters, or I guess, I don't know if you call them jotters in America, but yeah, notebooks or whatever. You know, the things that you would write down your exercises in. And yeah, they would hand those out for free. I mean, you were encouraged not to lose them or, you know, need any more. But generally
they never,
our education
to my
system
knowledge,
is free.
I mean, I can't speak for all the schools here, but to my knowledge, I mean, shit, I think I went to 4 or 5 different schools, moved around a lot, but whatever the case, no, they didn't give out notebooks for free at all.
And when you got the notebooks, they had to be a specific kind, not just a notebook would do. Oh God, no. It had to be like a 3-tiered binder notebook, and
we did have that, yeah, like a specific width. And
so, of course, I mean,
we get given jotters, and then the only thing was that we had to cover them ourselves. You know, we would take them home and like we would put wallpaper or something around the outside of them, and you know, that was covering your jotter so that it would last longer. That was. You know, but the jotter, they didn't charge you for it. You know, it's just
so.
Part
I mean,
it's cool.
I was a kid in Michigan, and we were, you know, in or nearby a city. So my siblings are all older than me, and so they went to school there, but I didn't go to school there, right? But to my understanding, there they had everything. They had a class for everything. They even had a fucking skiing course inside the school. It was a massive place, right? So we come down to the South where there's like, you know, itty bitty fucking tiny, just, you know, everything. And there's like, oh, you learn the bare basic essentials, and then not even all of that. We don't know. We don't have any of these extra classes. Oh my
God. What's happening? There's some audio bleed all over going somewhere. Oh my God. I'll tell you what
if it was from me, that might have been my brother, because like I said, he's playing a video game. He was like, come around his game, so I don't know.
It was like, oh my God.
There for a second, I thought it was R2's angry boyfriend.
No, my boyfriend is never angry. He's always very satisfied. How dare you? No, the only thing that we did have to pay for at school would have been our school uniform. We would have to buy like our parents would have to buy a school uniform, so it was like a white shirt, grey trousers, a tie. You had to buy the specific school tie as well, and a blazer. That was probably the most expensive thing, was a little blazer. And that could
Schools that were public schools didn't have uniforms, but although there was a code, you couldn't do this or this or this. There was a code you had to be within bounds of, but there's not uniforms. But no, they didn't have vending machines. It was single file. They called you by your last name. You definitely got paddled, and not just gentle taps. They'd whap you like the fucking life depending on, like they were trying to snap that board.
Yeah,
it's more casual, but they still have a dress code. Like I remember more than a few years back, one of the schools was giving a girl a hard time because her hair was particularly red, and they accused her of dyeing her hair, and she was like, no, I have pictures of myself as an infant with this shade. And they wanted her to undye her hair, and it's like, no, that's her natural hair color. She's not going to change her hair color for you.
Yeah.
You just reach down and pull out a handful of pubes. How about this?
Well, their reasoning was, well, it's going to be really distracting. And I'm like, okay, people have bright colored hair sometimes. I know that a lot of the times that's a bottle, and I agree with that. Sometimes it's a bottle, but...
Well, about their comeback be like, well, Brillo pad hair distracts me. Tell those motherfuckers to shave, and I'll undye my hair.
Right?
Yeah, I know when I was in school.
Love me again. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
When I was in school, we still walked in a single file line, no talking, all that. But we did have vending machines.
We had a cafeteria too. It wasn't like the best, but
when I was still in school when the first Game Boy came out, and there was a couple people had one, but it's a poor area. Not many people had one. But the time I had kids in school, everybody was bringing their games and shit. And here's the thing: I was in school. You brought something, it was stolen. It was broken or stolen. They'd break it out of spite or just simply steal it. And then there's also a high chance the teacher would steal it. Oh, I'm confiscating this. When am I getting it back? No, that's it. I confiscated it. And there's been many cases of parents having to go to the school and bitch out the teacher and try to force the teacher to give back the thing they stole.
And let's not forget the drug dogs.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
Drug dogs.
Yeah, to check your lockers.
It was a regular thing. They would bring the drug dog. Okay, StreamYard is saying 2. YouTube is saying 11 on the YouTube side.
It's also
okay. Even at 11, that's lower than usual for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I wonder if
One-
it's a holiday or
too.
something.
There's one person watching now.
We haven't even started yet. We haven't said anything naughty. Come on.
Okay, so let me tell my viewer. Okay, so if you're on Rumble, hit that repost. Whether you're on Rumble or YouTube, like, share, all that good stuff. If you'd like to see a dog get a treat, you can make that happen with a donation of $2 or more. You can pick the dog, and just state in your super chat or Rumble rant, give this dog a treat.
Let's fucks with YouTube just a little bit. Everybody actually watching, say hello in chat by typing it out. Like,
no one's gonna do it except the people on here. I mean, that's the way it always is.
It still shows that there's
But damn, I mean,
540 on YouTube.
It was showing down to one person, and we got 5 people here on panel. It's like, whoa, what the fuck?
Oh, the algorithm's going screwy again.
Yeah, that's why I was like, if people type something, maybe it'll kind of fix it. Yeah, I've got 14 now.
Oh, it's something that flipped. Now YouTube's saying 6.
Oh.
13 for me.
Oh,
that is weird.
Yeah.
That is really weird.
Technology.
Hello, dehumanized nation.
That would be Phoenix.
Oh, hi, Phoenix.
Oh, so
And that would
yeah.
also be
I remember
Phoenix.
that.
Oh,
I remember
other
that
Phoenix.
podcast. I was on that podcast. When is that
Damn, how many
podcast making a
fucking
comeback?
names you got?
Yeah, when is the Dehumanized Nation podcast coming back, Phoenix? You're muted, by the way. Yeah.
Bear's trying to keep me from the mouse.
She's so cute.
But I've been meaning to get back into it. It's just hard to find time, really.
Yeah.
Might start on maybe on Sundays. That's when I have the most free time.
Yeah, I get it. Well, if you ever, if you ever need a guest or whatever, I'm happy to.
I mean, I've had the thought. I haven't thought much on it, but I've had the thought that I would give up one of my days so Phoenix could take that day and do his thing.
It could work.
You want to be on? You want to have your own show? You want to have your own show? You want to have your own? Okay then. Yeah.
It'll be the Bear and Bridget show. See? Bridget understands. She's like, I'm here for that. I'm here for that.
Tails is definitely a wagon there, yeah. Tails be a wagon. That's what you would call it, wagon train.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
If I had a show of the pugs, this is what people would be watching all the time.
So I know Phoenix said Bear's trying to keep me from my mouse, and it made me think this bookmark I got. And so it says, this is the most insane bear situation I've ever seen in Tennessee. I've had a bear steal my chainsaw and make national news. Yeah, apparently that happened. I've seen bears get locked in cars. I've seen them rip off Jeep tops, but I've never seen one actually break my glass to get in. Okay, let's see. So, okay, let's scroll down here, right? And I don't know if I can find it. Anyway, the can't seem to find it now, but the chainsaw is stole. That company that makes the chainsaw actually went, we're the brand that bears prefer. They put out a tweet saying that.
Oh no.
Okay, so let's see.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's not even
Yogi, no, that's not a picnic. That's not a picnic basket. No,
that's not even a full size grown bear. That's a baby one.
Oh, okay. So,
I mean, the bear seems quite attracted to. Yeah, the bear seems quite attracted to this car. Oh, well, okay.
probably food inside.
Okay, if that's not a baby, that's a very small breed, because I've seen bear here in Alabama and they're bigger than that.
That's a baby bear.
Yeah, Boo Boo. Boo Boo was like tiny in comparison to Yogi.
Yep, there he goes.
Okay, Yogi.
And you consider how tough their skin's got to be. That glass is not phasing them.
Yeah, and that's why I wouldn't want to sleep in a car out in the woods. I don't trust the van people. I'm like, yeah.
Well, it actually reminds me of a story. When I was a baby, my parents had just they come from some state or another. they moved around a lot from all across the country, but they parked somewhere not 5 miles from here, and they come to learn the place is known for being very haunted, but they didn't know it then, so they parked there, and something slammed down on the top of the van they were in, and and my father went out to attack whatever it was, and they couldn't find anything. Anyway, so my parents, they're very, well, my mother's no longer around, but they're very stern people, right? They don't tell no bullshit. They're very serious. My father doesn't even really believe in supernatural kind of stuff, but they had that story. But since then, I've heard so many stories about this particular place. Elijah knows the place.
Oh yeah, I know. And
My sister's ex-husband, he actually went out there and he's like, hey, a shoe. He goes, picks up the shoe, and there's a leg bone sticking out of it. So he calls the cops, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we get about a report a week, and we come out with finding bodies out here.
Yeah, legally you can't go there anymore. They got blocked off, but people still do.
yeah, it's kind of a swampy kind of area. So
Okay, are there trees? Is it?
Bridget Bear, Bridget Bear,
Yeah.
Bear, Bear,
Well, okay,
Bridget Bear.
it was accessible, and then for decades it wasn't. I think they flooded it on purpose, but people went through anyway. I remember when I was a teenager, my brother and his friends, they'd drive through because they like to do dumb, crazy shit, and they would go through it as fast as they could, and you would see the water filling up the inside of the vehicle, just filling up, flooding in, and they would somehow get through it without their motor flooding out.
yeah, I want to know how they managed that.
Well, some motors can. Some can, if you providing you get enough speed, they can get immersed and you come out of it and they'll keep going. A lot can't, but some actually can.
If you go, Jen.
Sorry, I was going to say something illogical anyway, R2, but like sometimes, and I know it's illogical, sometimes I think the force of a human does it too. Like, I know that's not mechanical or technical, and I know you were just talking about ghosts and stuff, but sometimes I think the force of a human will, like a group of people on a boat, because there's a lot of times where the story is just like they gave everything they had, and that's really what it was. Like the want to not die was enough to get them through. And then there's a lot of stories where everyone gave up.
And in these scenarios, and I've done this when I'd hang out with drunks and stuff when I was a teenager. They would do it for the joy of it and also for the bragging rights. There was the occasional time they would get stranded, but usually they made it through without the vehicle dying.
There's a lot.
This seems like an area in Mordor, don't you? It sounds like, if you got out of the car and looked at the water, you would see like the faces of the dead under the water. Going,
Well, okay. The thing is, it didn't used to be flooded, right? So I think they flooded it on purpose, artificial flooding. It didn't used to be, but they kept dumping bodies out there, and it was known for 50 miles around the ghost stories about the place. So I think they flooded it to keep people out, and it still didn't keep people out.
Yeah. Yeah, that area had a lot of hogs. They just try and take care of the bodies usually. That's why people would do it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so they're wild hogs, so they're boar-like, basically.
Yeah.
We have a famous serial killer in BC whose nickname is the pig farmer, because he would take hookers and then kill them and then dispose of them in his farm. And there is the rumor that he might have fed them to people too.
Isn't that how you're supposed to do it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's kind of doing a service for the people, wasn't he?
Well, he was charged for it. I think when they were like, okay, we're finding enough bodies to get up to 52 different people.
Did they at least give him a medal first?
I think the rumor of feeding it to people probably damned him. Yeah, because they still don't know. And it's one of those things where, even if they did, they're not going to tell you.
Well, it looks like the human meat would taste different, though. I mean, just
if he had the pigs eat them and then fed the pigs the people, you wouldn't necessarily taste it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because pigs will eat anything; they don't care.
Now the thing is, if you did a human that way, you wouldn't end up with that much meat off of it, and it would probably be a lot harder to work with because cartilage and bones and little meat and and whatever else.
I think we might be flirting with the edges of YouTube's guidelines here. I don't know. I don't know. No,
And
that,
so,
you know.
Fall 13, the only famous hog I know is the hero of the 80s called Ron Jeremy. And he gave chubby guys a bit of a chance with the ladies. If anybody, okay, come on. Who doesn't know who that is?
Oh no, I'm well aware of. I'm well aware of Ron Jeremy.
He's the man with a trouser snake. Of course, he got older, and I think he kind of lost his mind, and he was found guilty on doing a lot of shit he shouldn't have done.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the other man with the trouser snake, because the other trouser snake man was John Holmes, and they made that film Boogie Nights about that guy. If you ever saw Boogie Nights, starring Marky Mark. Yeah, Marky Mark was in that. Wow. That was quite a film. I'm not sure. I went to see that in the cinema, and I can't remember why. Why
For the trouser snake, probably.
I mean, I wasn't really that interested in trouser snake. I know my boyfriend might disagree, but yeah, no, I wasn't really.
Oh wait! You weren't that interested in? I'm betting you touched your own every day.
Well, I've certainly seen mine. Yeah. I looked. I saw it in the mirror once, and I was like, "Oh!" I immediately averted my eyes because you know. But yeah, no. For some reason, I went to see Boogie Nights in the cinema, and yeah, I think it was Heather Graham was in it. She was Roller Girl, and who was the other woman that was in?
Hey, Furious Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Well,
but it was kind of a fun film, to be fair.
Speaking of movies, I went to see this new Spider-Man movie.
Ooh. There we go.
Did you enjoy it?
How did that go?
That's good.
It was pretty good, yeah. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, it was a lot of fluff, but you know, it wasn't too one way or the other. They tried to keep it strictly, you know, centered on him and that kind of thing. Although, with the way they did Jean Grey, I did not agree with.
And so Jean Grey was not portrayed that way in the comics. It is so off from the way it is comic. And here's the thing: comic is the main storyline because that is the invent of the character. So a lot of people was like, well, I don't care about the comics. This is the movies I'm into. Where the fuck you think it comes from? You know, the thing is, Jean Grey was, you know, they got that entirely wrong. But with that being said, yeah, this, you know, entertaining, all right movie.
Yeah.
That was one character
I do have a related article that I'll get into later, related to that very topic.
Sure.
It was one character I never understood all that well. Was Jean Grey, the whole Phoenix thing? It was a little bit esoteric, the whole thing, you know. I understood Cyclops, he had lasers for eyes and stuff. I understood Wolverine.
I never understood that either.
Well, they never clarified what her power actually is. Like, I get it's like,
yeah,
is it like a mixture of things? Like, what is it?
Oh, well, okay. In the comic, that's what I know. She was she could move things with her mind and basically put thoughts in minds. That some, you know, not like super crazy powerful, but some telekinetic, you know, like read a little bit or project a thought, you know, some minor things plus move things with her mind. That in the comics, that's how she was.
Right.
Well,
hey, Stephen Bromby.
But there was some reason that she became super powerful. You know, it was like there was some kind of.
I don't know how that happened either.
I mean, I think that's what plot armor or something. It's bullshit, is what it is. But they're like, oh, this will make the movie good, and let's ignore the origins and all this kind of bullshit.
I think he's talking about the Phoenix Saga.
Okay, so the Phoenix Saga.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, Jean Grey, like, you know, I was just saying, she had these telekinetic powers. Then they wrote, and probably in the 80s, maybe the 70s and 80s, around that time, they wrote a story where they said when she was a child, this powerful cosmic entity detected her presence and contacted her. Okay, so later on, she was I think, found again by it for whatever reason. I don't remember why, how that came to be, but that was not her power. That was a cosmic entity that had become one with her.
Okay.
Oh,
They did
okay.
not explain that at all in the movie. Like they made it seem like, okay, well, as a child, she always had these powers, but they were repressed because she couldn't handle them. But it was Dr. X that repressed it. Like that, they wrote that into the second movie.
Oh yeah, that's
like,
not how it is. The origins, the comics. The comics, she didn't always have them, and that's not even her power. That's the Phoenix entity, which is like the most powerful thing out there, basically.
Yeah, changing that much is why it became confusing. I'm like, that doesn't really make sense.
Okay, I'm you know, I'm so glad that it wasn't just me that was confused about Jean Grey. You know, I thought everyone, you know, knew her sort of power levels before. And
it's one of those things where I vaguely remember the cartoon and I vaguely remember parts of the Dark Phoenix saga, but I never remembered it being based off of her being abused as a child. Like, yes, they do have, like, there's tons of characters in that franchise where that's where their origin story comes from. But with her, I'm like, I thought it was like a whole other saga thing.
So,
like,
I don't remember exactly how the story was, but I think her sister got hit by a car, and that's when the entity visited her. I think, I mean, I'd have to relook it up, but I think that's how it went.
Okay, well, that explains childhood trauma, but like they made it seem like she was just this psycho little kid. Like in the movie when Dr. X meets her, she's just losing her shit in the living room, and her parents are trying to convince her to calm down.
Oh, Professor Xavier, that's who you're referring to.
Yes. And in the movie it's just like she can't handle herself, or like she's such a being with so much power that she can't control herself.
Yeah, that was not in the comics at all. No.
Okay.
Never was that way.
So that's Hollywood taking a franchise and mangling it, just like, okay, because like,
so I know a lot of people, they're like, I don't fuck with comic books. The comic books, the ones I grew up with, they were deep and emotional and saga stories. They weren't like, you know, like ta-da-da, here to save the day bullshit. You know, it wasn't like that. It was stories of torment and you know, whatever. It was all kinds of great stories.
Well, if the people that made the movies, if they would actually read the comics, there is enough there that they could make a kick-ass movie out of just going word for word from the comics, because the
I mean, they already have it written out for them. Then they go and just fuck it dry.
Yeah,
that's why I didn't.
Kind of like Valkyria's pointing out here. They do this to it. PENIS.
I don't think you're allowed to do P-word towers. Oh wait, he's on Rumble. Okay, yeah, P-word towers are fine.
Well, that's why I didn't want to watch the remake of the 96 cartoon. So yet again, I know the cartoon isn't the comics, but in comparison to the shit that they're doing now, it was pretty decent. The remake seemed like they made Magneto to be like a long-haired Trump, and I'm like, stop doing that.
Well, my main complaint with the season 1 is they had what was his name, Morph or whatever. They had him homo as fuck chasing Wolverine's ass like he was desperate for it, like just like, you know, telling them to come on in the shower and you know, and come and play with me and roll around in the grass, or you know, like, god damn, this is somebody playing out their homoerotic fantasies. What this is.
Yeah,
that's exactly what that is, and I don't remember any of that in the cartoon. Like I said, I didn't read all the comics. I remember some of them vaguely, but like I remember
that character didn't exist in the comics. That character didn't even exist there.
Yeah, it's a modern audience thing, isn't it? It's just like the Transformers. Yeah, okay. This was the only comic books that I was really
cancel this podcast.
Hey. Yeah, the Transformers comics were the only ones that I was really into. Well, in 2000 AD with Judge Dredd and stuff like that. But yeah, the Transformers comics were the only sort of Marvel comics that I was into because they were Marvel at the time. And of course, they got modern audienceized, where, you know, and because they were called Transformers, so we have to have a non-binary robot now, and you know all that. And it's like, robots are not gendered. Let's not do that. And
in a sense, weren't they already non-binary?
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the whole thing. But when they sort of explicitly make one of these robots,
okay, the moment they take something that is by nature non-binary and they go, "This is non-binary," you have just made it binary. Think about it.
It's one of those things where I remember in the old movie, the one that made most of the kids cry because they killed all the main characters within the first 10 minutes. They did have a female-like character, but here's the thing: nobody thought of her as like a woman. It's like, okay, I get it. You painted her pink, and you gave her a female tone. You could do that with a robot, like Rosie from the Jetsons. I'm not seeing a woman. I'm seeing a robot. I understand that she's taking female sides of because they want her to be like a nanny, but she's still a robot. You know,
here's the thing: if a robot comes up, you know, it's programming, and it comes up and go, I think I'm a male. I want to be a male. There's nothing wrong with that. You know why? Because they didn't have a robot ding-a-lang. You know.
Well, yeah, if you watch Red Dwarf, Crichton has a groinal socket.
A socket.
He's got a groinal socket that he can attach his vacuum appendage to that. And that's okay. Only British people are going to get
so
that.
If a robot has both, you know, kind of like when you're hooking up wires, it's a male or a female. If it has male and female ports of whatever kind, yeah, it could go, I'm whatever, right? But if it is inherently male by design, by nature, by whatever, then it should be male, right? If it's not, yeah, be whatever you want to be.
Transgenders, robots in disguise.
It's also, even though they think that we're there, we're not at the point where you can pre-program a baby to be the gender that you want it to be. Unfortunately, we don't get that choice. You're born as you are.
Okay, so put it like this: Megatron was made. He's looking like Megatron, you know, and technically before he was Galvatron, but in whatever case, Megatron. He's looking like Megatron. He's selling like Megatron. But one day he goes, "No, I want to be Megatron. You know, he wants to be Megatron, right?" And then he starts acting like a girl transformer. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, no, motherfucker, that's fucked.
I mean, everybody would be telling him they'd be saying, "Shut up, Meg," all the time.
Yeah, with the comic books being the way they are nowadays, you know, I'm surprised that, you know, like all the Transformers comics aren't all about, you know, Transformers eating dinner and stuff like that and having conversations about feelings in corridors.
They did that in they did that on a Netflix cartoon. They had one of the. It's a character that doesn't exist in any of the other cartoons at all, but they made one up who's non-binary, and she's having a conversation with this girl, and I don't know if it's she. It sounded like a she, but it doesn't know, so you know it's non-binary. Netflix is. I won't support Netflix for a lot of reasons.
There's a lot of people that won't support Netflix. Can't blame them.
No, I still resent them for what they did to He-Man.
I call them nut flicks, like flicking a nut.
Yeah, the character, there's an explicitly transgender character in Transformers called RC. Also, yeah, Transformers Earthspark, the character Nightshade is canonically non-binary and uses they, them pronouns, marking a significant step for the animated franchise. Fuck off. Fuck right off. God damn it.
Robots. They don't care. They don't care.
Nope.
You know, oh my goodness. They've ruined Transformers. They've
legacy
just ruined it.
legacy characters in earlier series like Transformers Prime, specifically the Rebels era or IDW adaptations, characters like Howlback have chosen to identify as female despite the robot's lack of biological sex. Yeah, no
if you
shit.
think about it, this shows us where they're headed. And here's what I mean. First, they apply it to themselves. It's like, I'm a he, her, them, they, she, zers, it, blah, blah, blah. And you better refer to me as such. And if you don't know, you better ask me and then refer to me as such. And then they're going, we made this character. Okay. And then they're going, they're not even human, but they're also one of us. Okay. Where we're headed with it is animals. They're going to be like, oh, you have to call your animal by this pronoun. And then it's going to, I don't know, inanimate objects, maybe? I don't know. I mean, they're going past personal, just to them, now onto other things. Like they are putting these false guidelines onto things that is not just them anymore.
I used to joke that this was what happens when you hire fan fiction writers, but now I think it's what happens when we allow too many people who live by Rule 34 rules.
Yeah.
Out into public. Like, I don't care if you have your kinks, but like leave it out of everybody else's stuff.
Okay. So yeah, like a few shows back, it was Captain America, except it was Captain Cock. His like he had a fucking whole ass midget stuffed in his underpants, And I'm going, this isn't fan service. This is somebody playing out their homoerotic fantasy on the youth because the youth are playing this.
Yeah. And they're not going to change. They're not going to change until something makes them change.
It's like I said to my buddy, your boy Pat, because he had me rewatch an episode of Pee-wee's Playhouse, and the amount of times that Miss Savon does an upskirt to either the couch or the clock, or the guest, or the scene when she's in the tub and she's like, "Go away now, go away now, go away now." And I'm like, okay, I get it. As a kid, I didn't notice any of that stuff. They hit it just well enough that a dumb kid didn't notice it.
Well, here's some things you gotta consider. What's his name? The person plays Pee Wee Herman.
He was on coke. He was snorting.
Yeah, okay. Paul Rubin. He, you might remember him long before Pee Wee's Playhouse. In the Cheech and Chong movies, he also did stand-up comedy, and he did a lot of raunchy stuff. His whole act was raunchy. Okay, and then you consider Rob Zombie. Before he was known as Rob Zombie, he worked on Pee Wee's Playhouse. I think he had something to do being in charge of the music of it.
Oh, that's funny as shit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not mad about it, Like I said, you can rewatch your childhood and be like, okay, I see the jokes now. They hit it well enough that most kids didn't catch on to it. Was it appropriate? No, maybe not. They could have toned some of that down.
And so, from Stephen Bromby, there's a video game recently that has characters showcase their fetishes for inanimate objects. Can't remember the name of the game, though. Yeah, that's going to become more commonplace. I mean, we see hints of it here and there now, but it's going to be entirely commonplace soon.
Here's the thing, though. When I think back about, like, even just Pee-wee's Playhouse, I can still laugh that off. Like, it's not such a big, bad thing that I can't, as an adult now, look at it and be like, yeah, the upskirt's a little much. But I can still laugh at it. The stuff now with, like, the Transformers, no, you're encouraging a kid to do something that's going to affect them for the entirety of their life. No.
Oh, I think maybe when Pee Wee's Playhouse, I think I was preteen or something. I don't remember now, but I remember going, God damn, that shit's creepy.
It was weird, but it was funny weird because like all the animated stuff looked goofy enough that you'd be like, what the fuck are you supposed to be? And then he'd have a whole episode about his ball of tinfoil because he collected tinfoil every day. So everyone would send in bits of tinfoil.
Okay, I mean, before that, we had some of these you might know, some of them you might not. But we had Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. We had Captain Kangaroo. We had Bozo the Clown. But they were all, more soft and gentle approach with the kids. And then Pee Wee's Playhouse is like, oh, say the word, and everybody just loses their shit. And it's like, oh, look at this off the wall, wacko, crazy shit. It's like, for one, it was kind of teaching ADHD, kind of.
Yeah.
Some of it was funny though. Like I said, when you rewatch as an adult and you catch the jokes, you go back laughing because like there's a scene where they have it played out about the black cowboy. The black cowboy is struggling to get boots in his size because his feet are particularly big, and he and Yvonne go on a date together because you know what they say about men with big feet.
You need big shoes.
Well, I remember when Pee Wee's Playhouse was on. All the parents, they hated Playhouse because even if the kids didn't watch it, they knew if you say a certain word, you scream. So all the kids were doing that shit, and all the parents were losing their minds over that damn shit. So,
I can't say I was an angel of a kid. I did have a sense of humor. I did know that like some of this is probably stuff I shouldn't repeat.
well, I mean, it's all funny until a bunch of kids get in church and they're praying, and then they say the word, and then all the congregation starts screaming.
That
chicken jockey
actually reminds me.
Chicken jockey.
It might take some deep research. It might not. I'm not sure. But when people go amen or amen, right? That's actually a reference to Egyptian, I think Egyptian deity possibly. But whatever the case is, it's a Egyptian reference that doesn't actually have a place in Christianity. Yes, I know Christianity started over there in that area, but it's been warped, and that's one way it's warped, and you should really do your research on it, before you go amen.
I admit I had to hold myself back from doing that the other day because Rhoda's cat's super cute and tiny and still a kitten, and there's been a trend lately where people will play back old Egyptian music, like the Sphinx, just to see their cats be like, I want to see if Alice will do it.
But yeah,
no.
Do it. That'd be funny as shit. Funny as shit.
No hard feelings. I love cats. I know not everybody loves cats.
I mean, I can't have cats because, I have Bostons and Big Shirley and pugs and all that. So, yeah, my cat days are over. But you want to know the weird thing about it?
I just do want to clarify. If you look it up, as I just did, it'll be like, oh, it means faithful firmness, but there's deeper research that shows what it's really linked to. So you got to do more than a basic Google search. But I'll just leave it at that.
There is truth, and I'm not saying this to throw shade at Christians because I think some Christians would admit to this anyway. If you go back far enough, yes, Christianity does take some things from older religions. They kind of had to adapt.
Well, okay, yeah, that's true. But in this instance I'm speaking of, it's something that after the fact that was inserted in to usurp it, to be like, oh, you're really paying homage to this other thing entirely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, the funny thing about the pugs, the dogs I have, and then cats, they don't mind gray cats or black cats. They don't mind. It's only the white ones or the orange ones that they lose their shit around.
Huh.
It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Oh no, they lose their shit to all of them, but those the worst, right?
Those in particular, they just really go after those. But the gray ones or black ones or something like that, they'll chase them and try to play with them, but they won't lose their fucking minds over.
Maybe they see more like another small dog first before they see cat because of the coloring. I don't know. Because
It's weird.
because I know some dogs are small little black ones. Like you've got a couple of small little black ones. So
Mhm.
but orange cats I think get a little bit more heat because if you think about nature and blending in with like the background, orange isn't really the way to go.
No,
So that's why I think they get heat.
I did have a cat one time. It was about blind, and he would not come in if he thought you were looking at him. So, in order to get him to come into the house, you had to open the door and turn around or walk away. Then he would come in.
Right, so
Same thing
I'm
with
not
going out.
I'm not gonna get all the way into it, but I did find it. Most things will tell you, well, it's Hebrew, but there's people who study deeper into it, and it is concerning the cult of Amen.
Okay.
So yeah, so it some say, and these are people who've done deep research, and some will say that it is usurping Christian beliefs by basically every time you pray, you then give the homage to a deity. But anyway, I'm not diving into that right now.
No, I think that's probably true.
R2, Optimus Prime has changed.
Yes.
And I don't like these changes.
I don't think that works for a trucker protest there or two. Yeah.
I'm now sexy Optimus Prime. Check me out. I'm hot.
So what, you got to open that little latch at the crotch area? Is that the way it works?
Yep, that's the groinal socket that I was talking about
Oh.
earlier.
But then you know what happens? Out pops a hoser.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Sorry.
It's the old yes, female connector. So you need the appropriate male connector for everything to work there. Yeah, this got uncomfortable all of a sudden. I don't.
Look, I'm gonna jump into a topic that maybe all of us, but at least the older amongst us, are semi-familiar with. MySpace is coming back, and if you don't know what that is, you're too young to click in. Okay, here's the thing, and the article says this too, but I'll go ahead and say it. They have relaunched a few times. I remember one of the more recent relaunches. They went full music based, which they went too full music based, and it really took out the social media part, and it failed hard. But they're trying to relaunch it again. Okay, more than 20 years since MySpace launched. We're just waiting for the right time to do it, and if that doesn't work, we'll do it again. After all, MySpace never technically disappeared, and over the years, many different owners have tried to revamp and relaunch the platform to its former glory. MySpace was more than just a social media platform; it was a way of life. And here's the thing: for those who remember back then and who were old enough, it wasn't like Facebook. MySpace was the shit. You know, people was like, hey, check my band out. You could just go to MySpace, and everybody just really rallied around MySpace. It became a centralized hub, not like, the way social media is meant to be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, MySpace, you could make your page however you wanted it. You could decorate it however you wanted it and put it on there.
It says there, in fact, Adele even credits MySpace with helping launch her career.
I didn't know that. But yeah, I mean, MySpace, it was a whole thing. I mean, you could have all kind of stuff on there, not for just doom scrolling. And some of those pages were pretty well done, especially band pages and stuff like that.
Well, it's a decent way to advertise your arts, not just music, just arts in general. So
yeah.
Oh, yeah, even if you weren't an artist, you could do your page up. You could literally any way you wanted it anyway. And I guess it was the more so not MySpace, but the Times. MySpace just gave them a way to connect then, but people were more connected back then. They went out and they talked to each other and they did things.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And MySpace.
I mean, everybody except for this fucker.
Well, MySpace gave people a creative outlet too. You know, because they could play around with all kind of different.
I am playing. I mean, Arthur here was actually a musician, and I'm sure he got out and got a lot, did a lot, both. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm old enough to remember MySpace being a thing, but I wasn't on the internet at the time, so it would have been useful for me, I guess. But would I be right in thinking that MySpace was perhaps just a little ahead of its time, like the Dreamcast, you know, just a little bit ahead of its time, and you know, it was kind of overtaken. You know, the music in the music department, it was overtaken by things like Bandcamp. You know, everyone's on, all the musicians are on Bandcamp now.
Well, I remember it. I remember it because in the 90s, I learned to write HTML code, right? Which, you know, it's not as hard as programming, but it's right there next to it. It's might as well. It's just another type of programming, essentially. And that was before, I forget what the PHP, auto-generated PHP pages. Now everybody has auto-generated HTML. But back then you had to write your own pages. And I remember MySpace allowed you to write your own code and make your page how you want it. It also had easier methods of doing it. You didn't have to know how to code to do it. But that's one reason I remember it, because I actually did write my own pages and I wrote a few pages for other people.
Yeah.
Back then, it paid $50 an hour, but you know, I'm in a location that there really wasn't demand for it.
Yeah, I wonder if something like, and this is not a sponsored segment, but I wonder if something like Squarespace is trying to sort of, you know, channel the idea of MySpace, which was to easily be able to create your own web page, sort of thing. And it seems as if like Squarespace is that. But you know, in a more or in a less social media kind of way. It's in a more kind of actual build your own web page kind of way. Whereas MySpace is like early social media, right?
I remember back then they had these WYSIWYG, which stands for what you see is what you get. And it was click and drag and, you know, easy create web pages. They had those in the 90s. I remember those.
Yeah, you could publish your own stuff if you had a printer. You could like use it to publish your own magazine or fanzine or whatever. But yeah, I was too. I wasn't technically gifted enough to be on the internet and you know, like know what I was doing. So
these days I go less technical as I can manage. I still do some computer work because I have the skill to. In the 90s, I just jumped in head first. I was in deep. You can ask Elijah when she met me. I had probably 200 computers in my place that I Frankenstein them together and get them working, and sold some and used them to run my own servers. And, you know, I was just full into all things tech back then.
Yeah, it's true.
And, you know, it's hacking, which I'm not going to talk too much about that. Let's just say I was proficient at it back then.
Well, you know, one thing about MySpace, if they bring it back, it would be a good thing for businesses, because now the way it is, if you want to get in touch with a business for something, they'll send you their Facebook. And it's like, really? You're sending me your Facebook. I don't want.
Facebook is not designed to support, this is your business web page. It's supposed to be a social media program, or, you know, web page. That is, I know a lot of people go app, but that's a lingo that came along with smartphones. It's a web page.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not designed to support businesses, but everybody's like, we don't need a web page. We have Facebook. It's like, oh goddamn, another retard.
Yeah, it's less of a. It's more like this is a method to contact us rather than a way to showcase what you are. sort of thing. It's really just more of a method of contacting. Same as Twitter or X. Sorry, it's X now. But any kind of social media is going to have a fight on its hands. Wakanda forever. Any social media thing is going to have a fight on its hands to try and establish itself. All of the ones that have come after Facebook and Twitter or X have struggled, apart from Blue Sky, because, well, I mean, it's certainly not as.
Well, we all
big as
know why
Twitter yet.
Blue Sky ain't struggling.
We do, because because liberals can't handle the truth. That's
I mean,
why.
I almost wonder if they swap each other's kids. For the ones of them that have kids, they're like, let's arrange a play date, and you know what I mean, because they all like to, And I'm wondering if they're that fucking sick that they'll arrange play dates, swap ups. Because if they're living, breathing, eating this kind of shit so much that they have a social media platform for it, I wouldn't put it past them.
I think they do. I think they do. Yeah. Because it keeps their kids from thinking other things, right? So
Blue Sky needs to go the way of the four winds.
But look at all these other ones.
The people, the type of people who use it, they're the ones who need to be gone.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But every other website that has attempted to break into the main sites like Facebook and stuff, they just failed. Like Gab or what was the other one? Oh gosh, there was one that sounded French.
So you have people to go, I'm not that way. I don't believe in child stuff and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, motherfucker, do you look at a picture and go, can I see his cock? Is it big? Is it in focus? I think you fit in that fucking category, because not everything has got to be sexualized, and there shouldn't be. You shouldn't ever involve underage people in anything sexual whatsoever.
Nope.
I agree.
That or animals, you should not do. Nobody should be doing that kind of shit at all, period.
So you'll get people who's like, no, I'm not a sicko, but I like those little anime girls who look like they're 12, but they got tits and, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, it says in the lore she's actually 1,000 years old and a vampire. So it's fine.
Yeah, but then they're skipping along with braids and, that kind of... Yeah, it's like, you fucking sicko. You just don't know it yet, apparently.
Yeah. That's a bit. Parlor, that was the other one. You had Gab, you had Parlor. And yeah, those things died.
We really don't want to hear about your gay dating apps.
What was the other one? Is it like Mammoth or something like that? Or
I don't know.
There was another one that people were trying to get started.
Mines was one. There's a couple of them. Mines was one. I know D Live started a while ago and failed.
Mines, that's right. And Threads, I think that one did sort of catch on a little bit. Threads, the meta one, but it is just attached to Facebook. So and they tried it with all these video sharing websites as well.
There's a new one, but it's kind of made for old, like much older people. What the hell is it called? Like Next Door or something like that. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to involve what's going around in your immediate neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only thing I've seen out of Next Door, and I'm not on it or nothing, but I've seen people talk about it on Facebook and stuff like that, is people post when their dogs get out or something, and that's pretty much all I've ever seen them use it for. Is like, my dog got out, can you help me find it? Anybody see my dog? Is like, well, bitch, if you'd have kept it put up, we wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, that's kind of like pregnant again. Well, if you kept those knees shut.
It's also apps like that only really work if a lot of people are using them. So if you're going like, oh, my dog's got out, well, like, how many people are on your app are going to know that shit?
Yeah. I'll tell you who will know. Whoever's livestock or own pets are being killed as a result of their dog being out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or their garbage getting torn up, you know, in a lesser case. But is Meta still a thing, or has it died out? Meta is the parent company to Facebook and Instagram, I think.
Instagram and Threads, yeah. So yeah, Meta's they're kind of diversifying their portfolio a little bit with things like Insta and Threads.
Still alive? Shit, they got enough money to go bankrupt 10 times over and still be billionaires.
That's what I was gonna say. They're rich enough. If they went out of business, they wouldn't even notice the difference for a very long time.
Well, Instagram is still one of those places where most of the people who blog go to blog. So it's still I don't use it. I know my aunt and my cousin does, because my cousin used to be into modeling, so she posts her modeling pictures on there. But a lot of people will do, like, you know, if they're traveler blogs, they'll do that.
So what you're telling us is she posts free jerk off material.
Whoa, robotics noise.
She posed, yeah, we lost you after what you're saying is she posed.
So what you're saying is she posts free jerk off material.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, probably, but like she used to model for like clothing, so like you got to
That's
assume
not what people are looking at. I mean, you know, they're looking at what that clothing's wrapped around.
Yes. But you have to assume that with every clothing item, then, you know, that, like, you know, even when they're going through the Walmart commercials, like I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying.
Wait, for the women out there dressing to attract, okay, if you're dressing, I like the style, fucking great. But if you're dressing to attract, don't bother. They're not looking at your clothes.
I think they know.
I do know that Instagram is a lot of artists use Instagram too to put their work on Instagram. So
I use Facebook. I don't really use it. I have it because people I know use it as the primary contact way. It's like the sure way they can contact you. I mean, I have no use for it other than that, so that's why I have it.
Yeah, I mean, this is
with that being said, no one really contacts me really to speak of.
This is you know, it's what OnlyFans started off as, was a thing for artists, you know, and that was kind of what its intention was, but then all the garden tools moved in and took over.
So obviously I didn't mean anything about that, about, you know, the person you know is modeling. I was offered a modeling job when I was, I think 22 maybe, no, something like that, when I was young.
Yeah.
When I was young, I was offered a modeling job, but I had a family and I couldn't leave. They were gonna send a plane out, and whatever the case, I forget the details, but I had to go a few hundred miles away if I was going to do the job.
Were they going to whisk you off to Acapulco and have you?
They
could
him to Florida. They wanted him to be a model for Hot Topic because back then the goth thing was really popular, so that they wanted him to model their clothes for them. So yeah.
If I think of the time zone, a lot of what they were looking for in the model agencies were actually, they really wanted mixed kids. I'll be flat out honest with you, because my cousin is mixed. You know, she's half black, half white. And she said the same thing. Like,
technically, I'm mixed, but I didn't get what you're saying.
You know, it's not that that's always the case. Like, yes, they want, you know, people who, because they'll do that in a picture. Like, they do kind of like the blending of a mix, so you can have like dark girls on the back, or, you know, lighter girls in the middle, and then mixed. So like they do like to have the contrast of,
well, it's a lot of virtue signaling now. They go, we want ethnic people. It's like, I'm ethnic, you look white, so no.
Yeah, once upon a time it was based off the picture, and like, oh, because they want to have good light on you, you know, so that you look good, you all stand out. It used to have a meaning to it. Now it's just for virtue signaling. But when she was doing it, yeah, she would say stuff like that. But she's aged really well too, and that's another thing. Like, not everybody did that part. a lot of them failed because of their habits.
You can ask Elijah this, and I know it sounds so fucking out there. It's retarded to even rethink, remember and speak it aloud. But I have been kicked out of places because I'm straight.
How dare you? How dare you be straight in public? What's wrong with you? Oh my God.
A UU church, Unitarian church, got kicked out because Noise wasn't gay. Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh no, we also got kicked out of a pagan group. Now this was after the year 2000. Before 2000, things weren't like this, but after the year 2000, we got kicked out of a pagan group because I wasn't gay.
Yeah, because he wasn't gay. Yeah. And I'm going, okay, this is messed up because in that religion, they go by the male and female entity in nature. That's their whole, or used to be their whole thing, balance.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to have balance?
These days, you might hear about paganism. They'll go goddess this and goddess that. That did not used to be the case at all. It was always based on both genders entirely.
Yeah, it was a nature religion. So they honored both, male and female. But not anymore.
I mean, for that matter, you'd take your athalame, essentially like a dagger, and you would dip it into the water and then into the smoke. Well, okay, I'm not going to explain the whole ritual, but it was essentially symbolically meaning female and male and, insertion and symbolically.
Yeah, joining of nature.
I think that this is I blame a little bit on communists because they like to confuse everyone, and I blame some of it on the feminists because when feminists view things, they do it with the disregard for the female side of it. So like if I think of Christians, okay, I think of both sides. So like there's the high priest and then there's a head nun. Both are both sides of each sex. They both represent their leadership in their own way. Is the head priest oftentimes in charge of the church? Yes, because he's the one who has to deal with the consequences if the church goes wrong. They all deal with it, but he's the one who's going to have the worst.
Yeah, he's got to go in front of the cardinal and people like that if something goes wrong.
But what a lot of feminists like to do is they'll disregard the female side because they think that because she still has to take orders from the head priest that somehow that belittles her and that makes her a less of a human being. And I hate them for it. Like, I'm not necessarily into Christianity, but the fact that they have that view over what the female role actually was, because the head nurse understood the nurses.
Okay,
that's why she was there.
So Phoenix, what do you think?
Well, I don't know much on the subject, so I can't say too much on it.
Well, I mean, really, I would say it doesn't matter how much you know, because it's a lot of people making a lot of noise over nothing, over personal feelings. But you've had to have witnessed this kind of thing, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit here and there, but when I was younger, usually they tell me to like go in the back room or something because I was a kid, so I didn't see all.
Did they try to touch you in that back room?
No, it's just me and my siblings in there, and we just didn't have much to do, so yeah.
Yeah. They've done a lot of damage to the church. That's all I gotta say. I try not to fight on their behalf because they do have people who are more than capable of doing that, and then they've got a lot of retards that they need to kick out.
Here's the thing: humans seem, like genetically predispositioned to want to worship, to want to see something bigger than them and follow. And then they have all of this, that we have a layer of consciousness that other animals don't have. So we get so wrapped up in that. We get so self-involved. The ego builds, and we build a convoluted internal system. What was that saying about the weave a web. Oh, goddamn. No one
What
really
what a tangled web we weave when first we part.
And there you go. And that's what we're in. We're in a convoluted, tangled web because people's like, but I feel, therefore, and I'm going to tie this to logic somehow. And now we're in a web of deception. And it has crept into media. It has crept into religion. It's crept in every crevice, crack, and corner of everything. And it comes from ego. Yourself, the thing that spirituality teach us to be like, separate yourself from ego. Even Christianity teaches this.
It's somehow we've peddled this mindset that people need to be so much in control of everything. And I understand needing to have enough control over your own life. Like there's a difference between your own life and like the whole fucking world. And
This is not the racial equality stream. Don't worry about it. We have representation. Just saying.
So,
I thought it was the lollipop kids.
Phoenix, you're gonna have to get black for us.
Yeah.
That. What arms? Can't do it. I tried.
You're too white for the internet. Dang it, boy.
I'm the beacon of light. What can I say?
Oh, so Jen was saying something.
Yeah, Jen,
Oh no, you're good. I wasn't sure because I thought I muted myself, and I think my mic is actually picking up stuff, and I'm like, how are you doing that? That's not even on. All the same. No, I do have a lot of rage with some of the feminists. Like there's times where I can understand where they're coming from. And then they take this view where I'm like, do you actually just really hate women more than anything else? Because we can't be men? Like,
Yes.
Well, isn't it funny? It's like, I'm envious and jealous of you. Therefore, I'm going to be like you. And then that turns into, I hate your fucking guts and you shouldn't exist. Huh?
Right?
Yeah.
Well, if you've noticed the feminists and that do like that, they hate attractive women too. Worse.
That's the thing.
It's
It feels like feminism wants to actually erase femininity, which is so ironic. That feminism wants women to be more manly. More.
I know I'm safe. I'm a handsome woman.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, it's like so times when I still appreciated the BBC because they weren't like tools. They used to have decent programs where they would do things like, okay, worst jobs in history. Tony Robinson. I actually liked the show. You probably would hate my guts, but I liked the show. Yeah. They would demonstrate what both sides of the sex would do, like what was a legitimate job for both sides, and they were both necessary. Were they different? Yes. Were they both really hard? Actually, really hard for both sides. Like some of the men would take the jobs from the women to see what it was like, and over time, yeah, they're like, this is hard work. But like at the time, people were used to it, so it's like that's the job they had. That's how you go.
There's a series of shows. They're older shows, but one's called Edwardian House, and there's a whole series of those kinds of stuff where they're anthropologists, and they go to a place and they take on the roles that people had way back then.
Yeah, I used to watch that one too.
Oh, did you? Oh, this is what I'm talking about. They're really interesting because some of that stuff is like, some ways you can see where it was harder, but now
some of it seems still practical. Like some of them, like I kind of wish we still did that.
No, some of that stuff, I'm looking at them going, okay, they're hurting, they're struggling, they're crying over this shit, and I'm like, shit, they didn't stop that in the 1600s. I did that growing up. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, and some people, even now, they still kind of do like that. I mean, they have like electricity and stuff like that, but a lot of that shit I can remember doing myself, and it's like, when you get into it, it's like you get your groove going, and then when you're finished, it's a sense of accomplishment. So, you know,
It's like a lot of garden tools are basically the same as the ones we had before. They've just upgraded some of the materials. Like your spearhead might have a, well, not spearhead, but your, so I say spearhead when I'm talking about the shovel head, but sometimes those are used with like better metals, so it's a little bit stronger if you hit a rock or something. But it's still it's the same shovel.
I don't know. I've hit some rocks and broke the shovel.
Well, I don't know. I question the stuff we get nowadays because it comes from China, but
I mean, okay, so if it's a good shovel, you eventually get through the rocks. But roots, on the other hand, that's where your real trouble is going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no stranger to digging holes of trenches or big pits, or I've done a lot of digging.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I grew up using antique tools, the hand drill like this, the saw, back and forth saw, and I remember the one I used actually was long, but it was wooden and it had the fold out blade.
Yeah. I hated using a bow saw because you had to have your rhythm down so good.
I don't know if any other people can, I doubt people can relate to this, but the Kaiser blade. My father had me cut grass, not with a mower, with a Kaiser blade. Okay, if you don't know what that is, think sling blade.
Oh God, no.
It's essentially the same thing as a sling blade. It's just a little bit different.
Is this like a sickle or a scythe or something?
This at the end, it comes in and there's a blade across the bottom, and the blade is jagged lines.
Yeah. I haven't seen that type, but I did. One of my neighbors has a little mini scythe that she uses. I'm like, are you just doing that?
But that's the way I grew up. Is I would cut the grass every day with a Kaiser blade, and I would cut wood with. I mean, it wasn't like take the garbage out. It was like build that fucking shed and cut that tree down, and it was that kind of thing.
I remember we used to have to use those when I was a kid, and there was a method to it. Like you cut and you step, and you work up a rhythm to it, and it's hard ass work. You'll be so damn sore.
When I finally got my hands on a lawnmower, I was thankful, but don't mistake my words. This was a non-electric mower. It had a wheel. It had a wheel. And it had blades in the wheel, and you push it.
Yeah, I remember those.
I wanted one.
It didn't have a motor. It was all metal.
I don't think they're easier. I just wanted one because you didn't have to worry about gas for it.
Okay, here's the thing. It's way harder, and it doesn't cut clean, and you end up having to go cut it with the blade after it, with a like a sling blade or something after it.
That's what I heard.
I feel like a Kaiser blade should be a weapon that you can find in Dark Souls 3 or something.
It probably is.
Yeah. The DLC.
So,
they'll add it in DLC.
I mean, as I got to doing these streams and got to tell them my experience, and everybody be going, they're like, oh fuck, I guess nobody. People didn't grow up like I did. I come to learn this. I didn't realize that I was so disconnected. It's like, whether it be paganism stuff or being in a gang or, being martial artist or a bouncer or doing this back-breaking work as a child. I didn't realize that nobody else really grew up that way. But it's something I've come to learn. And here's the thing. These are the only experience I have to reflect. So,
Yeah, I feel like our generation has sort of a unique experience in that, you know, we've come from an age of maybe our parents a little
A
bit
little
too
bit of a
as well.
blend. A little bit of a
Yeah,
blend because
we
sometimes your
used
parents still had stuff, and not everybody did that.
right, but we you know, like technology happened at some point. You know,
Mhm.
technology happened at some point during the 80s, and everything changed. You know, and you know,
It's also like everyone does things differently, right? Like my dad tried to push some things later in life. Like there's some things he does differently now that he didn't do 10 years ago. Like I think he got a snowblower in his early 60s because he
yeah.
was putting up with the shovel for longer because well it's more exercise. But like he's probably the only senior on the block who can still kind of push things and the
So
kids are
that's a Kaiser blade. But anyway,
okay.
my father grew up in the 50s and in the country, you know, with he had this crazy big family, right? So you know, I mean, while he grew up in the 50s, it might as well have been the 1800s. And then
Right.
he taught me all of his shit, which I was a child in the 80s, right? A little bit in the 70s, mostly in the 80s. And so he taught me the way he learned, while the rest of the world was like using lawnmowers and that kind of thing. I was using I was using shit like this, and I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
building houses.
I can definitely see some finishing moves going on with that with that blade.
But
Okay, the
does
picture's not clear, but it's jagged on the end.
Yeah.
it does make sense if you
It
take
also it's kind of at a warped angle, so when you swing it, the angle catches just right. But anyway,
well if you take into account even the infrastructure back then because my dad would say similar stories to yours but his are going to be mixed because half of the time he spent his childhood was with his grandparents, right? Like his grandparents really did a lot raising him and my aunt. And then when they were living with my parent with his parents, it was in the city. So if you're in the city, like everyone had a plug in their house. Like even like the house I'm living in, like the people who lived in it before had it for many years beforehand. So like old house still has the old infrastructure. The plug's still right there. So people were able to do that. But if you're out in the middle of buck nowhere, like your electricity is a joke. And if you have like a storm or a tree, you're screwed until someone sends out. And even back then, I imagine it was even longer to get help out
well,
there.
back then, if you go back far enough, the houses had copper wiring. They didn't carry near as much current because I've wired a good many of them, and I got shocked, and it wasn't as big as the shock as the more modern stuff. But
So
I can tell you what my family did. A lot of them, not all, of them, but a lot of them. They just broke the lock on the power box and stole the fucking power.
it's like that in water too.
Yeah.
Like the amount of ways that you have to figure out ways to get your own water because doing it through the government even back then was kind of like smooching up to someone who's going to steal your soul financially. We're no different here. Like we still fight with people who are like overbearing when it comes to stuff like that. So he has mixed stories about that kind of stuff. He would say that we're spoiled in the city though, because we are.
So, I'm just looking at a puppy back there.
He's so cute. She's so cute.
Hey, call that puppy. I want to get a reaction out of it.
Danu,
Kind of
are
flopping
you
out
alive?
there. Yeah, no, he's flopping.
Her paw moved just a little. She was like, I heard
Yeah,
that.
Danu.
I need.
Oh my goodness, look at those ears. So sweet.
You want some now? Oh God. Oh no. No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I don't. What the?
The dog's like, fuck yeah, I do.
You gotta wait for donations.
She's weak. She'll probably give him one anyway.
Oh, hello, baby. Oh, I heard your name. It was Danu. I think I got that right. Danu.
Tell him what that name means.
It comes from Tawatha De Danann, which is the people of the moon. And
Well, there's different there's different interpretations of it. One is people of the moon. There's another that people of the tribe of Danu. There's different interpretations.
Danu is the queen of the Fae, basically.
Yeah.
So it essentially links back to Gaelic.
Mm-hmm.
Or Wicca, the religion of, you've heard of Wicca. The Irish version was Wicca, but to be fair, that with the new predates that, to be fair.
Her official name on her paperwork is Danu De Danann. So I thought that had a classy ring to it, so I just named her that.
She's so cute.
Thank you, Stephen. She's sleepy right now. She's not into any shenanigans yet.
It'll run off with your shoes. Even my big ass boots, it grabbed them, ran off with them.
She'll run right on off with them and think it's funny.
The other day, he just grabbed a whole hose and tried dragging it around.
Yeah, she did. It's not.
Okay, so we got from R to 5 pounds.
Proper money.
And it says
proper money.
Treats, please.
That for mine too.
I'm not gonna lie, R2. I didn't want to put pressure on you, but it looked like the dogs were staring at you through the screen. I'm like, they know who you are now.
Look at that one. Look at that one. Oh, it knows. It knows.
Saw the super chat come up, and it was like, yes, finally.
Oh God, Big Shirley, you gotta help me a little bit. You're heavy. Okay.
Hello, Big Shirley.
Ooh, the eyes. The eyes.
Oh.
Rumpf.
Merlin, is that yours? Oh, yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum.
Stop. Calm yourself.
Oh.
Get over.
Wait, is that all of them, or is there another?
Babies. Hello, hello.
Yeah. Oh, stop. Oh. It takes you a minute. It takes you a minute.
Oh, so sweet.
Did you notice how the doggo's ears perked up at the mention of the T word?
The T word.
The T word.
The T word.
Okay, Phoenix is coming in kind of pixelated, freezing a bit.
Yeah.
The T word. Mary's off camera, but she's doing it too. The T word. Okay. This will be you guys a treat.
Yeah, Phoenix coming to us via dollop.
It's good enough.
We'll find a whole one for you. There we go. Let's go. Go. You're doing it on camera.
There you
Look
go.
at this bullshit right here. Look at this. I get my fingers bit off.
They're being so gentle. It's like.
I bet you anything the next time I can't afford this one either, but like the next time Phoenix could get them to shake a paw too.
No, I remember with my mum's wee dog. She had to be trained to take treats nice, because she was one of those ones. She would take the whole hand. She'd be like, "Arr." But no, we managed to teach her to take treats nicely. We also managed to teach her to close doors. behind her when she came into a room. You know, it would go shut the door,
Well,
and she would jump up at the door and she'd push it. She'd push it
did they
closed.
teach you as well?
No. I was untrainable. Yeah, as it turns out.
I tried to teach these to do that. Well,
So look at that one going.
It's not
God damn it! Somebody better do another super chat.
One cheese,
that's
not enough.
exactly what they're waiting on. That's it. That's exactly what they're waiting on.
Yep,
They're
they're giving you the I stare at you.
I can feel you staring at me, Big Shirley.
So Phoenix, I don't know what's going on with your connection, but it's very pixelated and freezing here and there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try restarting it.
Yeah, maybe you should do that.
Like a MySpace connection from the early 90s.
Yeah, here lately, the puppy has learned that she can do parkour off of the couch now.
Oh.
Okay.
So I have 3 Bostons, and usually around 11 o'clock or so, that's when they want to start. That's when they want to start and they want to play. And, hi, Phoenix.
We have multiple. Oh, no, they're gone. Right.
We had the invasion of the body snatchers. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back.
Somebody's thirsty. Good Lord.
Elijah, I meant to ask like before you were talking about Spider-Man. So what gave you the idea of going to the cinema or the movie theater? Do you go often to the movie theater?
No,
I hardly ever go myself.
No, okay, so around here, there's not a theater for 60 or 80 miles. The nearest thing about 30, maybe 30 miles off
I cannot
is a
see or hear
drive-in.
anybody, so I'm not sure you can hear or see me.
Oh,
You know-
okay. We got a bit of lag there, I think, Phoenix.
I just had a brain idea that's probably really bad, but I like it. Because I used to take the piss with like Thumb Wars and those spoofy things. And now I'm thinking Boston Spider would be amazing. Like a Spider-Man based off of a Boston. But they're like a jumping spider type. You know, because they're jumpers.
God, there wouldn't be a city left.
I'm gonna try turning my Wi-Fi off back on, see if that fixes
But
it.
well, the movies, when I don't go to the movies often, but when I do, I go to a drive-in. So
Okay.
that's the only.
It's bring off your car.
As I was saying, there's not a theater within 60 to 80 miles of here, but about 30 miles there is a drive-in. Yeah, we live in a kind of a desolate place, but I don't know, and probably more apt to say a poor place.
Yeah. The only time I ever see drive-ins is in like crazy horror movies, and there's like some Slenderman character going around stabbing people up and stuff. Because drive-ins seem kind of creepy.
Drive-ins aren't common.
I still cannot see anybody.
You will get the rare occasional drive-in that's still in operation.
Yeah, they're rare. And those that are still operational, they do fairly well.
Is that where you were at, Eliza? Was it a drive-in? Oh, okay,
yeah.
Cool. Very cool. It's such an American thing. We just don't really have drive-ins here. I think we
No, the thing is, it's not really an American thing. It's a rare thing. If you look up the number of working drive-ins in America, it's probably not more than 2 digits.
Yeah, they're really few and far between. Most people go to the cinema, like the theaters and stuff.
Most of the drive-ins are basically a memory of what they used to be. Like anywhere that was a drive-in is probably a parking lot to something else now. We did have some people wanting to bring some back because they were popular for other reasons. Because you have sort of the privacy of your own car.
In the 70s, and a little bit of the early 80s, drive-ins were popular, but then they just kind of all went away.
It's a bit of the mall effect. I think like if you go to a lot of the theaters in major cities, like mine's not the biggest city, but our malls end up having the bigger theaters. So they end up having little arcades, little fun centers, they have food stuff. So the kids tend to go to those. And you know, if your kids have to wait until they're like ours have to wait until they're 18 to drive. I mean, it takes 2 years to get your license in general, but you know, so I think that killed a little bit of it.
I can't hear or see anybody, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of here. Maybe try and get my internet working, get some rest. So,
I'm
bye,
sorry.
everybody.
Oh, it was nice seeing you, though.
Bye, Phoenix.
I love this dog.
Can't see your ears, but bye. Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. Like,
yeah.
Okay, so apparently, according to the internet, there's 574 working drive-ins in America. You got to consider how big America is. That basically you know you're gonna have to look far and wide to actually find one.
Yeah.
You know, so
you guys are also getting the same thing that we are, and it's not everywhere. Like I know some malls in Ontario are still doing fine, like some in the major cities are doing fine, but there's a lot more dead malls, like a large swath of them. It's almost creepy how many have cropped up. And I know a lot of that is COVID. I'll admit a lot of that's COVID, but they used to be a hotspot for elderly. Like
the youth don't want to answer a phone or answer their door or talk to one another. I've literally seen teenagers online going nobody will talk to me. I can't talk to anybody. And it's like, and there were replies like, bitch, I'm next door, you won't talk to me, I don't know what you're going on about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was real bad. That whole it was so bad for people at kids and stuff. It was worse for kids than it was for adults. That whole thing, 2020, it was so bad. It was
Okay, so Stephen Bromley says so only a handful per state. Let me put it like this: we have a drive-in near us. The next one might be 300 miles away.
Yeah.
So they're super rare. And they're also not a popular thing. They're usually very low money, middle of nowhere kind of things.
I would imagine like a mom and pop kind of thing at this point, like mom and pop. I like those though. Like sometimes those are nicer because they end up being more authentic, where it's run by mom and grandpa, like grandpa and grandpa, grandma and grandpa.
Yeah.
And I have a respect for them. I don't know. It's just some of the theaters that I've been to, and I haven't gone in a really long time. Like 2015, I went to see the last Godzilla movie in 2015, and it's because they're so filthy when you're in the city. Like a big city, you go in and yeah, I just didn't enjoy the experience, and even the arcade that was there was so much money driven that it lost the arcade appeal to me, because I was like, these are still supposed to be for kids. So if a kid can't even spend their allowance money, like the amount that a kid at this age would be allowed to have, nobody's playing those. That's for rich people trying to win stuff like a Hamley.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't find it fun, and then
Yeah, most of the things you can get in these arcades, you can now get like really better substitutes for them at home. And the same, honestly, the same goes with movies. Unless it is like a sort of big screen experience, like seeing the Odyssey in IMAX or something like that.
No, I mean, I prefer a drive-in because you don't gotta deal with the people being all pressed together. You could bring your stuff and sit back in your own space and be comfortable, and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go get some McDonald's if you want to.
I mean, and the part I particularly enjoy is I get to look out the window and make fun of all the people going by.
Well, I would imagine it muffles the conversation of everybody else too, because like that's something I agreed with my dad on. That was like the other thing I didn't like about the theater was like, okay, I don't talk that much, but if I have to get up to go to the bathroom, I'm going to excuse myself, so I'm going to say that much. But then there's people who'll talk throughout the whole thing or narrate it, and I'm like,
yeah, you're completely dependent on the other people in the theaters, ability to have consideration for others.
So the
And,
cars were like, I
so-
like that theory.
Since we're on the topic, it made me think about something. There used to be 3D movies, like particularly 3D horror movies. You put the 3D glasses on, and it was a real 3D effect. Because the way that film is made now, they can't do that anymore. It's an impossibility with today's technology. Now, when you go to a theater and then they give you a special set of glasses for the 3D effect, for one, that's expensive. That's a whole different technique, and it's not the same at all. It's a crap effect.
That makes me sad because even in the 90s, and this is going to make you laugh, I did go to see the Casper movie, the one that was based off the cartoon. And yeah, that movie in that theater was done with 3D. Like when he comes out of the screen, he comes out in 3D. When he changes from a ghost boy into a real boy, like that was 3D. So they can't even do that kind of shit anymore. Like,
did you have the paper 3D glasses? Was that it?
Yep, they were paper with the blue and the red.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now they give you a proprietary kind of gadget for the glasses or something, and the effect is just nowhere near the same.
That's sad. That's
Speaking of the 3D glasses, my dumbass brother, being a smartass, said that he could see the solar eclipse and his eyes would be perfectly okay with 3D glasses instead of the solar ones.
no.
I tried to tell him. He didn't listen, and then he saw dots for 2 days.
Yeah. Mall. Those are cool though. Like that's the stuff that they're taking away from kids.
So I think R2 has his camera mirrored, but I think it says Batman glasses.
Yeah.
We also R2, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you muted yourself. Yep, there
Yeah,
you go.
sorry about that. I did try to unmirror my camera earlier, but I don't seem to be able to unmirror it or something. There's probably a setting somewhere that I'm missing, but I did try.
Yeah. Is it your camera being accessed just through the browser, or is it going through another program?
I think it's going through another program. It's going through my laptop sort of software, camera and microphone software. So yeah, I think it might be doing that. I did try. Hang on, let's see. Mirror.
How are you going to see anything with them things?
I'll be honest, it's a little tricky. Here we go. And camera.
I gotta say that's one of the things I hated about Halloween in the 80s was the amount of masks that they had where like the eyesight was the last thing they were thinking about with them. Like there was so much plastic to it that you'd be like, can I even see through that? I'm not wearing that. I don't trust drivers enough to wear that. And you're like, that's in the 80s.
Did that
Or the
change
air
it? Because
holes.
it changed it for me, but I don't think it changed it for the stream.
Nope.
So yeah, okay. I don't know, something. I can mirror it in the program that Iris uses, EV Mux. I can definitely mirror and change it in that one because I checked. But no, I don't seem to be able to mirror it in this one. Weird.
Well, this is the thing. I see people all the time, their camera fails and it shows what software is controlling it, and they're like cussing about it. And I'm like, I don't have any of those issues. And I go, oh, I don't use Windows.
Yeah, no, it might be. No, it's something like my Omen mic and video or something. I don't know. But yes, these are Batman glasses because it's from my 3D Batman book, which is also probably mirrored. But I remember seeing what was it I saw? Journey to the Center of the Earth in 3D with Brendan Fraser, and it was shite. I'm sorry, it was a bad film.
Oh no, okay. So Stephen Romney says I always try to see a film at the cinema when I know it's not going to be crowded because I can't stand other people mainly, and I
Yep.
can sit pretty much wherever I want. Then I so agree with you. I kind of can't stand people as well.
Yeah, I feel you.
It was the minute I realized I'd become my dad because he legitimately hasn't gone to see a movie since the MASH movie came out. Because of the theater experience. He was just like, people were such assholes and it was gross. And he was like, I could easily wait a year. It'll come out on VHS or whatever, with whatever they had at the time, and you'll watch it then.
Well,
And
I kind of quit going out when I started to notice that everybody around was, it was like the rap-ish music playing, and then everybody around was black or gay, and all the white girls were chasing black boys. And I'm like, you know what? That's it. I'm gonna climb under a rock and die.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the way it was. But now there's not really anything to do if you did go out. I mean,
well, yeah, I mean, you'd go out, you'd get a good buzz, you'd flirt or whatever, and you'd enjoy the fucking rock and roll or whatever, right? And now it's like body's gay, and you're not gonna have any luck with the ladies unless you're a 6'5" black person, or a gay man, and then you'd hook up with another gay man, maybe, and the music sucks, and it's like, the fuck am I even? No, why are any of these fuckers out here? What? They forgot. They never knew. The problem is they never knew how to have fun, how to embrace life and love the fuck out of it. They never learned.
Yeah, that's true. It kind of makes me sad that the kids coming up now, they don't know any of the things that we grew up with.
So I got grown kids, right? And they'll be like, hey, there's a band, and it's like and I'm like, yeah, a cover band, and they're this rinky dink operation. Like when I was going out, these fucking bands would put on this grand ass show, and the place would just be swinging like a motherfucker. Everybody would be just full on into it. Now you go out and everybody's like not even fucking looking, not even talking to each other. They're just sitting there.
It's
like there's no music or anything.
It's a lot of our current media because even though I didn't watch the show, I did appreciate that a lot of the kids really liked Stranger Things. And I think they liked Stranger Things because it was still based off of the era that it was portraying. Whether it was accurate or not, I didn't watch it enough to know. I didn't want to see them playing with my childhood necessarily, but I do appreciate that the kids are looking at that stuff and they're like, we kind of want to go back to something that's more like that because it looks like it was fun. And it was. And that's why I feel bad. They should be allowed to have fun too.
Yeah, that's back when kids were allowed.
I get it. I get it. They're romanticizing some of the more fun, free parts of the 80s. But
yes,
I can say it's not a true representation of the 80s.
Oh, there was a lot of shit that didn't happen in the 80s. I mean, I was a child, so I know I don't remember it as like you did as an adult. But like I remember, I hated corduroys. I didn't like a lot of the sweaters because the materials were crap. I didn't like a lot of hairstyles. They lied to me about perms.
Jelly shoes.
So
Jelly
yeah, there's
yeah. Look, but before we get too late into the show, I'm gonna bring up an article that I said I was gonna bring up earlier, and it's on the thumbnail. So we were talking about the Spider-Man movie. Well, Tom Holland, the actor who plays Spider-Man, claims there's a plan for him to pass the mantle of Spider-Man.
Of course.
For those of you who heard of Miles Morales, if I'm saying that right, Miles Morales.
Yeah,
okay.
Miles Morales. Yeah.
He is half black, half Mexican. They've been pushing him for years, and the fans have been mostly rejecting it. Well, they're not stopping pushing it. In the movie, there were a lot of pointing, signaling this is the next Spider-Man. It's going to be a black Mexican kid. And there was a lot of signaling towards that. Now, the actor, he's going, oh, well, yeah, there's plans to pass the mantle. So, okay. Could Miles Morales take the Spider-Man mantle? There's even a thing amongst, comic book readers. They go, Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. They're like universally saying it, like in unison.
Didn't they already
it is.
Didn't they already
he was in...
Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been pushing it for years, and they're not stopping. They have a full-on plan to make the MCU cinematic Marvel universe that, little ethnic boy, the Spider-Man.
Well, to quote Nerdrotic, Miles Morales is Miles Morales.
Yeah.
Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's what the fans have been saying, right?
Yeah.
Like here, some fans have pushed back against the idea of Miles directly replacing Peter, arguing that Spider-Man is Peter Parker, Miles Morales is Miles Morales. But they've made it clear that's the direction they're going in. They want to make that into Spider-Man.
Yeah, Steven says they've also been pushing Miles Morales in the video games, the PlayStation games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I get the song that Hypno used to play in his outro all the time.
The actor Tom Holland, he says, if I could do what Downey did for me, what, he suck you off? No, but then I would be so content swinging off in the sunset. Holland said, well, essentially what he's saying is Downey, helped him in the role and helped him keep the role and become, known as Spider-Man. Now he wants to do it for somebody else. And I'm going, oh, God damn, he's cucking himself. He's cucking himself.
Yeah. That's not even the point, Tom. It's like they really could have made their own character out of Miles. Like, okay, he starts with the origin that they did, but make him your own character, because the thing that people are telling you is Spider-Man is Peter Parker.
Okay, they killed off Iron Man. We have Ironheart, this ghetto black girl that somehow is a super genius that somehow built something that a billionaire could only build. And that's the new Iron Man, except it's a black girl from the hood. And then we have the new female Wolverine. This is the new Wolverine. And in the comics, they killed off the Hulk for a while and made an Asian Hulk, the totally awesome Hulk. They did that.
Yeah, it was bad.
And now they have a female Black Panther. Here's the thing. They're making the full push. Either they're going to be gay, they're going to be black and Mexican, here's the thing. Okay, you want to push this ethnic, all this wokeism. You want to push that. Why do you need the borrowing power of these characters with these fan bases? If they can stand on their own, let them stand on their own.
Yeah, it's not just a question of them sort of introducing their own characters. It's a question of them removing the previous characters as well, so that you have to. The only thing that you have now is their new
version of it.
Their new version of it. Yes, exactly. So that you're forced into
let's not forget,
and buying the material from these new characters.
Let's not forget
rejecting it.
Thor is no longer worthy of his hammer. Now a female is. And not only does she get the hammer, she got the power of Thor, she stole his goddamn name. How does that work? You're no longer Thor, but that's my name, bitch. How does that work?
They made Iceman gay as well, for just out of the blue.
They made the Human Torch fuck a weird looking alien. I had that on one of my shows, been a while back, but yeah.
It's a lack of creativity, and in all honesty, it does a disservice to some of the characters that would have been okay. I've never played the Spider-Verse, but I do watch enough people who have and really got upset with that stuff. And a lot of them were like, Miles on his own isn't a bad character. It's the way that they want to replace characters and the douchey way they're going about it. On his own, he's probably not
America.
bad.
Blacked in America.
Yeah, we forgot
they're
about
going
Captain
forward.
America,
They're going forward with Avengers Doomsday, and you I'm sure you've seen that T-shirt, man. they're making fun of Captain America. Somebody made an AI thing, called him like T-shirt something, man. But the thing is, Captain America, the white one, the original one, he's not going to be in uniform. He's not going to be called Captain America. The black dude, Falcon, he is Captain America now, which I don't know what, I mean, I could say a lot, but I'm just going to call him Blackton America.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're wondering why these, why their properties are all dying on their arse now. Nobody wants to buy our comics anymore. It's like, because
Did any of you see that latest Captain America movie with Blackton America, where they borrowed Hulk characters, Red Hulk, and the leader, and it's like, these are from different universe or comics, rather. It's like, well, how are you meshing this shit together? And it flopped hard.
Real flopped hard. Yeah, it was a Captain America Brave New World, was it? And they had to change it from it was going to be Captain America New World Order, but they had to change it to Brave New World because New World Order had connotations for conspiracy.
I watched bits of it, but I haven't watched it, but I've watched bits of it. And they mashed together storylines that had no business being together.
So Robot Chicken once did a clip, and it just clipped into my head, but it was based off of a jock trying to play Dungeons and Dragons with a nerd.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what's happened. Is we've got Hollywood hiring all the jocks to write stuff for the nerds, and they're just.
Well,
but they're not like jobs. They're like
be like if I had set up a show, right? Say my next show, and you come on here and you come on here and it's a black dude and it's like, no, I'm Noise. I always have been. You better respect that.
Yeah.
I love how your puppy's just kind of slung over the bed like that.
Yeah, she sleeps like that. I don't know why.
Alchemy hit the nail on the head with that. And once you start replacing real characters with people who aren't, it's just disrespectful to both, in my opinion. Here's the thing. It's like Doctor Who. Once you taint a legacy, you cannot untaint it.
Yeah, true.
Huh?
Charlie Pickles.
I don't know.
What?
Maybe I don't know. Oh no! Leave those. That's a sauce thing.
What?
It's for sautés and stir fries.
Okay. Charlie Pickles.
Okay, so Marvel disgusts me these days. I didn't even watch that last Avengers movie. Was it Endgame or something? I didn't watch it because, okay, they made the Hulk look like a bitch. They made Thor fat. What they're trying to do is wipe out masculinity. They're trying to wipe out a manly presence entirely. They're doing their damnedest to do it. And clearly the white presence as well, and probably the straight one. I don't know. In the comics, they sure are. They're turning them gay left and right. And okay, a lot of you people who don't know the comics that well. Nick Fury, Sergeant Fury, is white. He's been white for decades, and then one day he's black. He's black. He's the fuck.
Well, when you get into comics and things like that, these characters are larger than life kind of characters. And it's supposed to represent the best of humans. I mean, yeah, some's not human at all, but I'm talking about the ones that are. And they're in every sense of the word perfect physically, so when you change characters that people has grown to love over generations, then it takes away from the whole mythos at all. Altogether, it just makes it shit.
I want to show this. People now know, him as Nick Fury. What's his name, that actor? They know him as Nick Fury.
Samuel Jackson, I think.
Yeah. But here to the right here, that was Nick Fury, white, since the 60s, since the Marvel started. Since the 60s up to I think the 2000s. He was a white dude. And then, ta-da, now he's black. Now he's black. And everybody, oh, no, he's always been black.
Is that one in the bottom left there? Is that who is that? Is that David Hasselhoff?
David Hasselhoff
Nick
did a
Fury.
TV movie of Nick Fury in the 90s.
I did not know that. I did not know that. That's amazing. I thought it was maybe AI.
No, he actually did one. If you look here, this picture I got up is showing the original to what they turned them into.
Yeah.
So they've been at this for a long time, but they are really putting it. You know, they're pushing it hard, so hard now.
Yeah, they have.
Well, anybody that remembers comics the way they were and loved them, now would be a really good time to go into the comic business because they could create really well done characters and not go.
Here's the problem with that. There's plenty of people who love Marvel and DC, and that's fucking great. I was more so into Marvel, but I was into both. But here's the problem: if you try to do it today, you're not gonna get there because people now are into anime, the manga, and all this derivatives of that.
Yeah, they are.
It's because I think it's because the Japanese are more willing to use risky concepts. It's not always a good thing with risky concepts, but they are, and they're more willing to challenge you a little bit. Like with the current woke people, no, they've gone backwards with their way of going about it. Old comics, old DC, old Marvel was doing just fine because, like Noise was saying, they actually had depth. You know, they had a purpose to what they were doing between stories. Whereas nowadays, it's about it's like Marvel became Captain Planet, DC became Captain Planet 2, and it's all Captain Planet now, and we're all Captain Planet.
Except the Planeteers are all blowing each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ew. See, I don't know. I don't see it with anime. Anime kind of rubs me up the wrong way a little bit because it's I find a lot of it looks and I hope there's no weebs in here that's going to be offended, but I just find that a lot of it looks very samey. It looks quite sort of, oh, here is a generic anime character. And the girls have got big eyes, and the guys have got spiky hair, and
I like some of the 90s anime movies, but anime today is like, ooh, no, get that the fuck away from me. And also you're fucking sick. It's like all you motherfuckers are chasing preteen girls.
Well, there's that. There's the sort of lolly aspect of it, which is deeply, deeply uncomfortable. Yeah, for sure.
It's basically.
I like the anime style that was before what it is now. Okay, for example, Vampire Hunter D. And
I remember that.
Stuff like that.
The family-oriented ones like Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle.
Okay, yeah, Studio Ghibli stuff is a little different. I feel as if there's more
thought put into it.
I feel there's more of a fine art aspect to something like a Studio Ghibli thing. It's more.
Oh yeah, it was animated incredibly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's more picturesque. It's more.
Now they just got the big eyes, and the one big teardrop, and the fucking characters over their head to express surprise or whatever, or they fall over with expression on their face and just. Yes. God damn! Are you 2 years old? Is this really what you're into?
That's what I'm saying. I find it all a little bit generic.
It's basically what they've got. What they've got going on too is for every unique idea that they have, you'll have 50 more come along and repeat the same damn thing. You know,
Yeah.
like the last one that was kind of unique was a guy who was reborn as a slime. That one was unique. It was actually pretty entertaining. Was it stylized much differently? Not necessarily. You could tell who's the artist on that one. But it was a different world concept. And you know what
So-
happened afterwards? A puking of isekai everywhere.
Yeah, everyone copied it.
I really blame I don't know if it was in other countries like this, but I really blame Adult Swim on Cartoon Network for a lot of it, because when my kids, they were young at the time, and they were just locked in on that shit, and I was like, it's okay, I guess, but you know, and I think that got generations locked in on anime and manga, however the fuck you want to say it. I don't really care.
Manga.
And then you've got guys who did like such long form anime that they didn't necessarily branch out to different ones. And I'm thinking of the guy who did Dragon Ball Z. So like he did a lot of games, like he did a lot of other franchises, but like his main anime is still Dragon Ball. And I mean all of them. You know, and his is a particular style. So yeah, like Dragon Quest is his. You can tell by the art style that that's his. But like if you talk about anime, like his was really specifically speaking Dragon Ball. And there's just some artists that's what they did. Like they did one thing and that's it.
In the 90s, I watched Dragon Ball Z, which it was probably a few years older than when it came out there in Asia, you know, originally came out. But I wasn't, it wasn't because I was in anime, it's because I was heavily into martial arts. And it would inspire you, you know, to watch this kind of thing.
Goku was inspiring. Like he's a different hero. He's not perfect. I didn't like how our guys did it because they would stretch it out too much. You know what I mean, Noise, if you've watched it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they would grunt for 10 episodes before they threw a energy ball.
Yeah, basically. It was a constipation joke.
8 episodes of just that constant kamehameha. Yeah. We're doing that for that's another episode.
Actually does that, you know, when they're having sex and then they're about the climax and they go kamehameha.
Ew.
I mean, if you can make it last 8 episodes, you're doing well. Yeah.
I gotta tell you, Robot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what, 4 hours, yeah.
Robot Chicken did one where they made a spoof based off of the Inuyasha because they got tired of Inuyasha being everywhere, and so they were like, okay, so how you get rid of it? You be the dad pretending to be into it so much that you start saying yes Inuyasha while you're doing it with your wife, so your daughter can hear
Or
it.
were they 20-minute episodes? If that was the case, it'd be 6 hours, but whatever. Or wait. Oh fuck, my math's all off. Anyway, you get my point.
Yeah, those were the days. It was also the beginning of the internet too, so not that long ago.
Yeah, so I mean, like, don't get me wrong. You know, there are some anime things that are good. You know, you know, whether it's story wise or art wise. I think there's a lot of it that's very disposable, and it's samey.
Yeah, they have. It's like a T-shirt now.
Yeah. The big trailblazing ones like Akira. I remember seeing that when I was quite young.
Akira was really big.
Yeah, Akira was massive, and Vampire Hunter D. I saw that around the same time as I saw Akira.
Ghost in the Shell was usually pretty big.
There's one too.
I can't help but to watch the dog back there.
Yeah, they're having a battle royale. They have been for a while.
And the one anime that did bridge some gaps between people who are usually anti-anime, Cowboy Bebop did really well. I didn't watch the whole thing. I mean, I liked the last episode the best, but I didn't watch the whole thing, so that's kind of sad.
I do remember seeing Ghost in the Shell, and it was very well animated. It wasn't among my favorites, but it was fucking really greatly animated. Really good job on it.
There was one
Yeah.
that I saw when again I was like maybe 18 or 19, and it turned out it wasn't really an anime. It was more kind of on the hentai side of things, and I was like, oh, because I didn't realize it was
Well,
called Legend of the Overfiend.
I
Oh,
actually had a bit of
Yeah.
an argument with my kids. They grew up on anime. They thought any animated movie is anime. That's what the young people think. They think any animated movie is anime. And I was like,
Okay.
whoa. Originally, it was a certain style from a certain location, and now you're going any that's anime. What the fuck have they done to your brain?
Yeah.
Even the Japanese wouldn't agree with them on that. Like, no, they're because the Koreans and the Chinese have their own too. Like, they'll acknowledge when they draw stuff for you guys because they did crossovers with a lot of, like, Transformers is an example of one that we were talking about earlier. Like,
mm-hmm.
you know, they did do a lot of art for our animation, but no, they're very clear that this is their style because they insert things that are from Japan.
Well,
Yeah.
technically, it was American people who drew it. They just sent it to an Asian company to do the animations, which they draw the in between frames and such.
Yeah.
The kids nowadays think that Bugs Bunny is anime. Like, no, it's a cartoon.
They might. They
It's a
might.
cartoon. It's not anime.
So,
It's a
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
be
well,
surprised.
the thing is that a lot of the youth, I would probably say the majority, they think anything animated equals anime, and I'm like, how did this happen?
And what's sad about that is they probably get that from Spaceball, which yet again not necessarily animated. That was a lot of CGI. Like, you're not wrong. We've stolen from the kids somehow.
Isn't it funny when people younger than you go, I know better? It's like, whoa, I was there when it was fucking invented. What the?
Yeah.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
The kids think that time started in the year 2000 or something, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, it never ceases to amaze me how perfectly wrong a kid can be, and they think that they're perfectly right.
And I'm not pointing anything specific when I say this. I'm not pointing fingers. This is a complete generalization that I run into this all the time. People younger than me going, it's like this, and I'm like, motherfucker, I was there. And okay, no, I wasn't. I mean, I was alive for when a lot of things started. Not everything, obviously, but in some scenarios, I took part in the making of things like something's becoming very popular now, Linux, which that's Steam Deck, that's Chromebooks, and anybody who's running a Linux distro. Back in the 90s, I talked with the developers regularly and helped them. Like, for example, I remember one thing in specific about cursor theming. And they were wanting to basically do a poll on the cursor movement, so it would constantly check where it's at, so it could draw a different cursor over it. And I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be CPU intensive, and it's gonna slow everything down. It needs to be built into the X server. But, okay, that's probably getting too much technical detail, and you're all probably like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But yeah, I had a direct part in Linux, something that the whole world uses now.
Yeah.
See, for me, it's not that I don't acknowledge that you three are older. It's how much of my childhood I actually remember, and how much I could probably throw a middle finger in Denham's face, because I remember a lot more than I think. It's just there's a lot of times where I would sleep on trips. Like if we were traveling, you know what I mean, because you've traveled across your own state. That when you're a kid, that's boring as shit. After a certain point, you might as well sleep. So there's a lot of times where, like, that's where my holes are. It's usually like the sleeping between trips. But the amount of things that I remember from my childhood are like a lot of pastel. The 80s was a lot of pastel.
On the,
Oh my
I remember I grew up on the road a lot, and I remember there'd be a stretch of sometimes 300 or 500 miles of virtually nothing. And then you see big city lights like 50 miles off, but you'd be like, fucking finally a place.
That's basically how it is. You know, if you're lucky, well, I would say I am a little bit, because if I go from like my city to the next Canadian city up here, it's a lot of mountains. So it's not necessarily that it's not that it can't be boring. It's just there's some places where the mountains are scary for some of them. Like I just know that because I live here. But yeah, no, I remember stretches of space, because if you go between certain parts of Alberta and Saskatchewan, you can watch your dog or your wife run away for 3 days. And I know that you guys have that in the United States too.
Yeah, the population density in Canada has to be crazy low. You know, considering there's less people in Canada than there are in the UK. And
We
the
fit
UK
in all of
is,
your closets.
yeah, and the UK is like a tenth of the size of Canada. It's crazy. So you're going to have all this empty space. But, you know, having said that, there is still a lot of empty space up in Scotland, because there's just, you know, there's places that you can't build up in the Highlands and stuff like that. So there are
Well, I know here
some empty spaces. But
say somebody wants to run away and hide from somebody else, right? Or the cops maybe. They can go less than a mile over, because there's places like 10 miles down a dirt road, and looks like you're gonna get stranded if you go down this road, because there's places the vehicle can barely make it by, you know. And then there's another place way down off, and you can hide and not be half a mile away, and they'll never see you again, because people live out way off in the, you know, in forested areas.
Yeah,
of course, I'm referring to the country here. We got big cities and all this shit too, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, it's why I take some of the traveling vlogs seriously, because there's a couple of major hikers that, you know, they were running for years, and then all of a sudden they went missing. And it's just, you know, places in the States where you think you know everything, but they're so big that no, you can still get lost, and that's just how it is.
Good.
So cute.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have got everything. You know, you guys have got like mountains, and you've got the beaches, and you've got the vast deserts and stuff
and
like
the
that.
swamps.
No, okay, we got it all, but it's not like, oh, I'm gonna visit the desert. You know, it's like you better prepare a few $1,000s in a week of your time.
Yeah,
and to endure the physical experience of getting there and back.
These are literal obstacles for travel and stuff like that, in their own way. We just don't have that in Scotland, or the UK generally. It's kind of like Japan here, you know. Everything's kind of built over, you know. They're pretty small islands.
Well, I know here there's people that get turned around, and they can live in the area all their life, and it changes. The landscape changes here so damn quickly that, like, you go out to a place and then you go back a month later and everything's changed.
There's just places. There's places in Scotland that I know of, because I like watching the old heritage sites, like when they discover some of those, and also because my father's side of the family comes from Scotland.
Yeah,
a little bit prejudiced, but when you look at those places and you realize what they're working with, they're barely able to grow grain. They're barely able to raise sheep, and if you're lucky, they're on a coastline, so they maybe have fish.
Right. Yeah.
Slightly off the topic. I keep seeing these videos of you know, UK people visiting America going, oh, the food of burgers like this. And here's the thing. No, you went to an expensive ass restaurant. If you go to a fast food joint, the burger is gonna be. Americans don't eat like that. I mean, goddamn, they would bust. No, we have regular sized plates. That's your food. It fits on the fucking plate. You're eating at these restaurants that's like, hey, let's try this American food, and they're gonna give you a giant ass burger, and they're gonna, Americans, blah blah blah. No, we don't.
I think a lot of that is there's a probably a misconception that everybody in Europe has these tiny little portions. So when the people from over there come over here to eat at restaurants and stuff, they go, "Oh, they're from the UK or wherever. Let's give them the whole
Well,
thing, you know."
there are restaurants that they'll give you big giant portions, but for one, they're expensive as fuck. Two, Americans don't eat all that. They take a few bites and like, this is too fucking much, and they take it home and eat it later.
Mhm.
Or if they're rich and spoiled, they will throw it out even though there's plenty left. That, you know.
The only other people that I see doing that are the kind of food bloggers that get paid to do it. Like the people who'll starve themselves all week, you know, work out all week and then have one really big meal. They get paid to do that. That's not a normal thing. Those are people who go to like food contests so that they can beat the other people at a
Oh
food
yeah,
contest.
yeah.
Yeah, so I do. I mean, you know, the algorithm thinks you want to see this kind of video, and it won't fucking stop
Yeah.
showing you this kind of video. But it's showing me like European reactions, you know, and so I see a lot of it, right? So they're like, oh, everywhere's so it's freezing, it's air conditioning, and they're walking in a fucking mall or something. They're not getting the regular everyday American experience where we eat normal sized food on a normal sized plate, and we're not super air conditioned. I got a fucking air conditioner 10 foot behind me, and it's still fucking hot. You know, they're getting warped ideas, very sensationalized. You know, it's all, you know, it's not really like that.
I also wonder if people know to read the description of videos because, like, even with like the food contesty type of people or the food bloggers, they'll tell you that's what they're doing. Like one of the guys I used to watch a lot, his name is Mike Chen. He travels to a lot of Asian countries, so I find his videos fascinating because they eat a lot of random shit that I've never seen before. You know, so those food blogs, like you'll find them in other countries. Like when he went to Japan, yeah, he would go to the specific places that would do that. And it's like a giant dumpling or a giant serving of a, you know, the fried pork dish that they do with rice. You know,
Mhm.
it's not something that the common people go in to buy. That's an advertisement pole. That's all that is.
I just noticed that R2 presented something here.
Yeah, so we're going back one subject here.
Oh,
I'm
those are
thinking
beautiful.
yeah, I'm thinking about you know, the sort of spaces in Scotland, and yeah, I asked the question, how many castles are there in Scotland? And we had the answer, there are over 3,000 castles, and it's stuff like, you know, this we've got. This is Edinburgh Castle here, which is also down here.
Well,
And that's
it's
that's a fountain in Princes Street Gardens, so that's taken basically down from the main street. But you've also got these kind of, you know, ancient castles that are just like down to the walls, and we've got like houses like this that are considered castles as well.
Yeah.
but
Um,
it
Well,
all
you know,
Stirling
you know what
Castle.
though? Edinburgh Castle. Yeah, I'm just gonna take it over.
So I just want to say, don't believe when they're going Americans this and that. Like I seen one where they watched a video of this Texas man making the beans and the big, you know, meal out of it. And they're like, oh, he's making a thing like this and he's using all this. Like, no, you know how we make beans? Empty can. Heat it. You got your fucking beans. And they're on this video, they're going, this is how Americans do their beans. I mean, it's goddamn. They're getting sensationalized bullshit, not real truth.
It's also a disassociation of like common sense. Like I yet again for food bloggers, I watched a little girl make breakfast for her family. She lives on a farm, so she used an outside walk to do it. It was a farmer's walk, and it was a big breakfast. But I'm like, you know, she probably has mom, dad, probably a couple of siblings. So like you're talking like anywhere from 4 to 5 people. So she's making a meal for 4 to 5 people. And they're thinking, like, what is this for her and a dad? I'm like, okay, so you can watch a Village People video where it's like a group of Asian women working with a wok, and you understand they're feeding the whole village, but you can't understand that this little girl is feeding her family?
Well, my aunt was from Korea, and she would say that when they made a meal for their families, what a lot of people didn't realize is they didn't just have the mother and the father and the children. No, it was the grandparents and all. I mean, when they considered family, all their family, not just the core family unit there.
Sometimes it includes aunts and uncles.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It was everybody. So when they made meals, they made them huge because they had to feed a lot of people. Those are really pretty.
Yeah, look at these. Aren't they amazing? Some of them are incredible. These are like Disney castles, you know?
That's why they take a lot from Europe, though, is because you guys have stuff like this. And I know you're Scotland specifically, but I think the rock thing makes sense. Like, I'm not dissing you, but I think that a lot of areas struggle to grow trees. So using rocks.
I'm trying to find Shrek in those pictures. Where's Shrek at?
Right?
Get out of my swamp. Yeah.
But yeah, like I heard that is actually a thing. Like, certain trees don't necessarily grow in the UK. Like the sycamore that was cut down was something that was kind of a project from North America because they don't necessarily grow very well. So, that pissed me off.
I'm gonna remove this.
Yeah.
Okay, so fucking Shrek brings back memories. Let me just say, you ever get a date, do not play Shrek unless you want them to go ape shit on you, sexually speaking. I don't know what it is, what it is about Shrek, but
so if it's going Shrek, what about going donkey on the dragon? Wouldn't that be more like? Wouldn't that be? Because I still question that one. I still do. I'm like, how the hell did he do that?
Honestly, what constitutes going ape shit on you sexually? Because I'm kind of
okay. So they're like
I mean, why not?
They're like a Vulcan in their time of need.
Oh, in that case, yeah, I definitely want that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna buy all the Shrek DVDs.
Okay, say you're preparing an afternoon. You're gonna wine and dine them. You're gonna look in each other's eyes. You're gonna get a bond. You're gonna get the feel for them. There's gonna be all these feelings, and then you're gonna work up to it, right? But no, Shrek, boom. Oh fuck! What the fuck is going on?
Okay, I'm ordering the Blu-ray.
It's the damnedest thing.
Well, here's a thing I heard recently. I think you might have just said this, Noise. I hope I'm not repeating something, but the new Shrek is going to look different from the old one because they no longer have the same technology for it. I'm like, what?
Oh, okay.
Like, it's not going to be at all like the first one is lost. Like they don't know how to make it like that anymore. I'm like, that's
sad.
You know, there's a lot of Rule 34 stuff going on with Shrek.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Ew.
I'm betting there is too.
Is it Futa stuff? Is this a Valkyria thing?
That probably exists. Shit, I don't know.
I think it was technically
here, so we can't ask him. He would know. I mean, I'm not saying that to be funny. I mean,
isn't it funny how he's always got the inside, intel on anything like that?
I guess if you know, you know.
Excuse me, you little shit! Stop tearing that. Oh,
so cute. So cute.
There's an emergency going on.
I think I've confessed to this before, but every time I see the dogs on her bed, I'm like, I would spin that. I would spin that at least once. Not to pick on them. It's just, I would.
Like a waltzer?
Mm-hmm. It's also because it's hard floor.
A few days ago, I did do that to Big Shirley. Just spun it a couple times. It didn't phase the dog. It didn't care.
That's what I suspect. It's like I had a buddy who cat, but he also had a Roomba, and the damn things like to sit on him. Cats like to sit on a Roomba.
I have seen that represented.
It could be the heat from the motor in it.
Yeah.
I also think it's because they're assholes, so they're picking on the Roomba. Somehow deep down they know.
Dominating the Roomba. Yeah. I will sit here. You will take it, Roomba. Yes.
Oh. She's so pretty.
She discovered that if she digs down in the dog bed enough, she will get the hard plastic that is inside of it will help it hold its shape.
Yeah.
Well, she managed to pull it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something to chew on, isn't it? Yeah, I guess.
YouTube claims there are 18 concurrent viewers. I don't know if that's true, but it'd be great if it was. But but I will state again, for a nice super chat of $5 or more, you'll get a jiggly clip, a nice clip, and we'll thank you. For a donation of $2 or more, you can ask for a dog to be fed a snack. It will make the dog happy, the owner happy, make you happy to see the dog's reaction. It's good all the way around. Also, there's memberships available. So if they are, goddamn, now 16, motherfucker, well, fuck you too then. No, okay. For those that stick around, I'm grateful. Even if you're just here to watch, I'm still grateful.
I'm glad you guys came to visit.
I haven't seen any memberships for a while, actually, to be fair.
I got distrustful with Rumble because you said that they were a little bit fishy with that stuff. I still donate on Rumble because I think they take less from me than YouTube does, because I'd rather more money go to you than to multi-trillionaire YouTube.
Yeah.
But
and it claims 6 people are watching from over on Rumble. So wherever you're watching from, as long as you're not watching through my window, I'm glad that you're here.
Oh, for Rumble, oh, can you see?
Yeah.
I'll stop. Sorry, that was.
Oh, you're good. It's one of those things where I wish I was techie, because then I would take all the things I like from every site and then build that site into a new site, and then leave behind all the things that I don't like.
That was what I was going to say earlier when we were talking about
Myspace,
with social media. Yeah, social media sites. The other social media sites are the video sharing websites, and those they will turn up and then they will die a death. Nobody's using. Rumble has lasted relatively long. The other one I liked was Odyssey. I don't know if you guys ever used Odyssey. That one was actually quite good. I started using that when YouTube started disallowing ad blockers, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not watching ads. You can piss off, YouTube. So I started watching Odyssey.
It wasn't Odyssey. It was one of them. They banned in the UK. They can't access it all. It was either Odyssey or it was another one, or maybe both. I don't remember.
It was BitChute.
Bitch, shoot the bitch. BitChute.
Yes, that's I tried to pronounce it carefully. BitChute. And ironically, yes, they had to stop operating in the UK. And the most ironic thing about it is it was started in the UK.
I used to cast to both BitChute and Odyssey, Rumble, and YouTube. I used to cast all of them. And upload daily videos, all of them. But it got to be on Odyssey and BitChute. The only thing I would get is people being, calling me shit and, saying I'm stupid and asinine and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, fuck you, fuck off. And then it's like, oh, you can make money here, but only in Bitcoin. And it's like, oh, fuck, this shit isn't worth my time anymore.
Yeah.
They're creating their own problems doing that. It's like, so France does have to let French people use Rumble. It was seen to be unconstitutional to ban them from it. But if they're doing things like BitChute, like, yeah, the European Union can say no to that because it's money. When it comes to money, that's one of the rules where they can tweak that. And I know that because the truckers tried having GoFundMe and then they had PayPal, and both of those got shut down. So everyone thinks it was 20 million. It was more like 40 or 50 million that people were robbed of.
Give Send Go was the other one, I think.
So yeah, I still have videos on Odyssey and BitChute, and as far as 2 years after I put the fucking video up, people would be on there and start calling me names and saying nasty stuff, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? You look up a 2-year-old video that you disagree with, and then you feel like you got to comment on it. How much you're wasting your fucking life? I see something I don't like, I don't go, let me pick a fight with them. That's not me. I'm like, I'm be like, it's bad, I'm gonna bitch about it, but I'm not about to go I'm gonna start shit with you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's in fight mode and not like, let's think this through and rationally kind of work something out.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of that you're going to get because these sites are way less moderated. So, you've got to take the rough with the smooth on those sites. People complain about the censorship on YouTube, but, a complete lack of censorship, you end up with some of the comments you get on Odyssey and BitChute, and it's all about the Jews or whatever. Like,
yeah. I mean, you get that with a more uncensored place, but I'm just thinking, what kind of motherfucker looks up a 2-year-old video and goes, I'm gonna talk shit about this person and about this video on this thread?
Well, the internet is forever. You post something on the internet.
It is something I find amusing when I have the odd day where I watch Asmund on Rumble, because I
just want to say the internet is not forever. That's a thing that people love to say. Find something from 10 years ago. Not going to. I've been on the internet for more than 20 years.
Okay.
Things disappear rather quickly, actually.
Well, if you see something dumb on the internet, it's there forever because people want to keep it and rip the piss.
Well, yeah. Well, it's because some people share things where you're like, why would you? Like, I never needed to know that about T.J. Kirk or the Amazing Atheist, as he used to be called.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it because it brings up mental images, because a lot of people remember it too, and I'm like, there's some things that I wish I could repress in 9, and it just doesn't work.
What were you saying about Asmongold?
When you find something you disagree with on the internet and try to pick a fight, it says a lot more about you than anything disagreeable that person is saying. That's my take.
I was going to say that the fun thing in Asmund's chat on Rumble is I suspect at least half of his fans are also Nuxanor fans. So whenever the always blame the Jew people come on, half of the chat starts rating them because they're like, listen, we understand there's probably some complications with the Jews. I think you can acknowledge that there probably is some truth to that. But this Jew hate is disgusting. You're taking it too far. And you do look bad. And you make everybody look bad. But you make yourself look bad.
Yeah, it is the edgy thing to say, and that's why it's become a bit of a meme. Oh, it's the Jews.
Well, all this Jew stuff and Palestine stuff, I am willfully ignorant of.
Yeah,
and they're like, you support them or you don't support them. I'm like, they're not my neighbors. I don't give a fuck. But you need to know. No, the fuck I don't.
Yeah, if you support one side, you're anti-Semitic. If you support the other side, you're Islamophobic. Do you know what? I don't care about either side. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can understand that, like, there's people like caught up in this that are just taking things and I was saying that a couple of years ago because I was seeing some of the Palestine kids attacking kids at the colleges. I'm like, you do realize that the college kids are Americans and probably have been for 3 or 4 generations, right?
Here's the thing. They're like, but the people is like, hey, motherfucker, I've been fucked over countless times. Where were you? You weren't there for me, so shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, there's nothing that anybody here can do anyway.
No, I can't fix the world. I can't go back in time and fix them either.
What is that saying? You know, take the plank out of your eye before you know, what the fuck is that saying? I'm not good with these.
I can't remember it exactly, but I know what
basically
you mean.
fix your own shit first. Here in America, you know, we got virtually no medical care unless you're a rich motherfucker. You got tent cities in the cities, meaning a fuckload of homeless people. You got, you know, immigrants coming in. You got all kinds of stuff going on, right? And they're like, save these people. What about the people here?
It's like, what about us? I mean, everybody needs attention, like you in Canada and Scotland and Britain and the United States. I mean, everybody needs attention. So what makes them so special?
I think it's the babying of our elite kids. They don't have reality, and I think their parents have shielded them from the reality. Even in North America, I think they've shielded them from reality. And when the kids leave the colleges and reality hits them, they're completely unprepared. So of course they're losing their shit, because like the world is not like Disneyland. It's not like the anime fantasies, you know. We don't die and get reborn with magical game powers in another world, you know. It's it when it's it, you know. If we're lucky, the Christians are right and we go to heaven. I don't know.
Well, all things spiritual point to getting rid of the ego. It leads to a larger realization. A good amount of the religions or spiritual beliefs think we're stuck in a reincarnation loop, and the only way to get out of that is to become more pure. Part of that is to get rid of self and ego. Mm-hmm. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's just it. Like we do have a current generation who's currently teaching the new generation to be hypersensitive about things that don't matter and to be blind to the things that kind of do. And it's one thing to want to be a hero to the rest of the world, but if you're not taking care of your own or the things at your own feet, you're now surrounded by mountains of garbage. And we're ending up in the same boat as everybody else, and we're not going to be able to help anybody.
Well, think about this. Yeah. All these people like Black Lives Matter or whatever, right? Do you think they're going to stop and help some black homeless dude and be like, you know something, here's some money, I'm going to give you some stuff to help you out of a rut. I'm gonna come back and check on you. Think they're doing this? I don't think so.
No, they're waiting for the next kid to die so that they can prey on their death, make up stories about how they died, and exploit people who believe stupidity. I've been following a couple stories. Like I followed the Nolan story, and then there's a Traven somebody. The one kid looks like he committed suicide. He's got text to his girlfriend and all that shit. I'm like, you know, black people have depression too.
Yeah. Stephen Bromby, I'm glad Stephen, you know, he's always watching. I'm glad to have you. You know, you've been a great supporter. He says it doesn't help that a lot of kids are glued to their phones and tablets and are exposed to dreck like TikTok and social media in general. They're also not taught functional life skills like we all were.
That reminds me of what you just said. Reminded me of a Marilyn Manson song called "Nobodies." And if you read the lyrics of that song, it fits because so that basically what the song is talking about is about the media preying on the misfortune of others, in particular shootings and stuff like that.
Well, I literally have been selfless before. Let me tell you, I don't know, a couple examples. I had somebody, not a friend, but an acquaintance, and her husband got locked up. Actually, I didn't even like the girl. She got on my fucking nerves. But I gave her, she was, you know, suddenly homeless without everything. I gave her like, I don't know, I think it was like $50, bought her clothes so she could go to court and just, you know, without my help, she would have been fucked. And no, I was not trying to hook up oh, no, fuck no. It was a selfless thing. It also reminds me when my brother and his wife got busted, I sold everything I had to bail them out because it was I don't remember, it was way up there bail cost, a bond rather, but whatever. And I've done this a lot of times. Elijah might remember when I was a bouncer. There would be homeless out in the rain, and I'd bring them in and be like, stand here, don't draw attention, you'll get kicked out. I'd bring them something to drink, and I would come back 10 fucking years later, and I remember you saved my life, and I've always done the hard thing. I've always done the selfless thing, and I wish more people would be willing to step up and do it. And sometimes it comes back to bite you, but that's not even the point. Do it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the things that are going on over in the Middle East are horrible things. But so are a lot of things that go on everywhere else that nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so much shit that goes on every day. The media can't cover it all. And we're supposed to drop everything that we're doing to try to help ourselves.
So there's a saying in the Bible. I'm not real keen on Bible stuff, but I know a little. It says, cast not pearls to swine. That's true. That's absolutely true. Just know when you're helping someone out, it is always a gamble. But what matters is your intention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, it just, everybody now wants to take up arms and a cause for something that the media has deemed worthy of a cause. Well, if you want to get real technical about it, everything is worth that attention. Everything. Whether it be your neighbors or your friends or family, it's all worth that kind of attention if you wanted to get technical about it.
I think it was teaching kids a level of narcissism that I don't think we're going to realize until later. And I know Greta's just a case study. I know she has other mental problems and stuff. But it's the idea of, okay, climate change is an example. Oh, we're going to save the world for climate change by crying about it and clogging up roadways so that people are stuck in traffic for hours, knowing that their cars can be like, a lot of them are running their cars the whole time because as soon as you can get out of that, that's what you do.
Well, that actually reminded me of something. I've always been pro tobacco, not the tobacco industry, but natural tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
I always loved the fuck out of it, but I smoking, it fucked me up, right? I smoke very minimum now, right? So, but I love tobacco, but not the shit they do to it. But here, let me get to the point.
Mm-hmm.
People will be like, smoking, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, I know, I fucking know. But
yeah,
you need to pause right there instead of attacking all these smokers. How about the fucking cars put out literally 100 or plus times emission of that same shit that smokers do? There are people who get lung cancer from cars. Okay, so we're talking about save the this, save the that. How about these industrial plants, these industrial factories? That is what's doing it. And they're like, use paper straws. But you're going to allow this machine that goes through hundreds of tons of this material, sometimes in some cases a day, but we got to use paper straws. And okay, smokers, no, we gotta stop. I get it for health, but no, they're not looking at it like that. And I'm going, hey, cars put out thousands of times more. So what the fuck are you even going on about? Why are people so misaligned? Why is they're so misplaced?
That's why I think it's the narcissism, because I will judge the kids who were like, oh, I'm pro climate change. I went to this rave to show my support to climate change, but then I left the place destroyed, covered in trash, left my tents. And then I will support somebody who's gone to South America where, yeah, they do have a trash problem, where they're like, well, can we reuse this plastic to make something else? And they figured out how to make like furniture and shit out of it. You know, so they're finding a way to get rid of it, take it out of the waterways. Let's rework this stuff and recycle it so we can put these waterways back to the way that they should be. And I'm like, that's the stuff that you should be fighting for. That's the stuff that if you wanted to get involved in climate change, that's what I would actually do. I would go out and try to fix the problem.
You know, on a psychological level, I suppose there, it applies to other things as well. Like like why are people racist? Why do people hate the black man? Okay, you can call everything racist all fucking day long. What about you start encouraging your fellow, black people? And no, I'm not trying to sound racist. No, I'm being genuine. What if you encourage them to, hey, how about not dance around with their pants hanging off their ass? Hey, how about not make videos with money and guns? Hey, how about selling the fuck down so people will not naturally profile? By profiling is a nature thing, right? And it's like, oh fuck. They're some of them, and we've seen how they do. How about, okay, if we see less of this, we will think different about people who fit that profile.
Mm-hmm.
So how about, instead of calling everything racist, how about start encouraging better behavior?
Mm-hmm. Like that's kind of where I'm at. Like I learned this from somebody who explained narcissism. I'm not pro on all the terminologies, but narcissism is somebody who really likes to talk big. Like they're really good at getting the attention for the things that they're pro this, and they're talking about it like they know what they're talking about, but they don't do fucking shit. Like they're really good at getting other people to do things for them, like give them money so that they can get other people to do things for them, but they're not going to do shit. But the people I respect are the ones who will actually go out and try to fix a problem. You know, they acknowledge, okay, this is causing problems in the waterways. Maybe there's trash in the forest. So they go out and they clean it. And I'm like, if I know about you, I'll support that, because that's actually doing something.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm tired of the loudmouths who really just want a lot of money so that they can spend it on themselves while other people are actually needing it. And I have this hatred for a lot of charities because of that stuff. Like,
yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's ego-centric. Kind of like, I've heard, and this was recent, I heard some black dude said it's racist when they go that black man over there, because they should just go that man. Is like, whoa, do you say that when they go that white man over there? Are you no, you're not even mentioning that now, are you? Kind of goes both ways.
Mm-hmm.
No, if you share my screen, this is a story that I saw somebody post on Facebook the other day, right? And it's one of these things where they're trying to put this idea in people's heads, again, climate change. And it's how much does human breathing contribute to climate change? Now, if you read the article, they actually say it's not really that much. It's not really that much. But they will have headlines such as this that basically put the idea in people's heads that, oh, maybe there are too many humans in the world that are breathing out all this carbon dioxide.
Let's just all hold our breath. That'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do. If we all hold our breath for half an hour a day, maybe we can stave off the tide of like the half an inch rise in the sea levels over the next 100 years.
It's only a matter of time before they start claiming the actual air. And like, oh, you got to pay your monthly fee to get your monthly allotment.
Exactly. Yes. Who owns the earth? And who can dish out these resources like air and water?
And then all the billionaires are going to be like, well, I bought up this much air in these lands, and then there's my competitor bought up this, but I'm trying to get this air off of him, and here we're here like, but we only want to pay $100 a month, not your $200 a month for our air.
But look at this. Look at this sort of just that one line after the headline there. It says, all those billions of bodies exhaling carbon dioxide with every breath really starts to add up. And you're like,
I think
just for that fucking article, I'm gonna have a cigarette.
I think this article was probably written by somebody who was part of the vegan brigade back in the day on YouTube. I'm sure you've been on YouTube long enough to remember that shit noise, but they were like, it's cow farts. It's the cow farts' fault. You know, and they would include humans in that. They were like, well, you know, with this many humans, our farts are probably causing a bunch of climate change too. And it was like,
Well,
stop eating meat. And I'm like, I'm gonna eat meat when I can afford it. Thank you very much.
a lot of the things that they went on about with that kind of thing was indeed true. Because of the factory farms and stuff like that, they would put thousands of head of cattle in an area with no good land. You know, they just had them out there.
So,
Well,
wouldn't that be cool if we could blow out red smoke like that?
That would be really cool. Yeah, we could have like display
All the
teams of
extras-
smokers. It would be awesome.
Like, Ali, I don't mind when the vegans go after animal rights reasons because sometimes they're right. You're not wrong. Like, I don't eat spam anymore because some of the factories, the way they kill their pigs is just stupid. I'm like, you know, a bullet to the head is better than what you're doing. You get more out of it. But at the same time, though, like, maybe it's because Canada's so small. Like, even with our farms, we probably have, because a lot of our guys in our neck of the woods really like the mountain range, so they just kind of let them go up the mountain.
And so, look, we're past 3 hours in. Here's what I'm going to do, and this is semi-related to what we've been talking about. Let me bring it up. So, new study, halving. Goddamn, if I can say it right. You know, having the Earth's population to 4 billion is the best way to secure a pro-human future. A new study argues. Currently, 8.3 billion people on Earth.
Yep.
I don't believe that's accurate count. I believe they're estimating because it'd be hard to count 8.3 billion.
Mm-hmm.
I think we went down. I think they're fudging numbers.
Okay, so I've been saying this forever. Since I've been doing, YouTube, I've been saying it since then. Actually, I've been saying it a lot longer. I've been saying it a good amount of my life. They are working on, mass population control. They want to hard limit, a lot less than 4 billion, I would imagine. But now they're not hiding it so much anymore. Okay, so reduce the human population from 8 billion to just 4 billion by the year 2200. It will ease pressure on natural resources, lessen poverty in high fertility regions by way of smaller family sizes, reduce pollution, reduce resource and immigration conflicts, and improve quality of life in densely populated areas. A more modest population would protect Earth's natural heritage, including its wild habitat, wild species, and its climate, they added. Instead, they believe it could largely be achieved by giving women family planning services, abortion, right? And improving girls' education opportunities, especially in low-income countries where these privileges remain out of reach for many. Now, there's more, but somewhere in this I have highlighted, it says they've also, in recent studies, have found we do have enough to feed the world. That in new studies, hey, we got plenty enough. So I'll just get this out of the way. I'll read what I got here. Okay, so kind of repeat myself here, but there is evidence to show that we can produce enough food to feed everyone on the planet sustainably, but it would take massive changes in priorities and policy, kind of like not throwing away your food every night like every restaurant and fast food place does, and like every grocery store, it's time to throw it out, and they all do it. Okay, so and modern history holds plenty of reasons to be highly concerned about suggestions of population control, forced sterilization programs, coercive one-child policies, and a colonial-era rhetoric blaming the poor for straining resources have all been carried out under the guise of managing a healthy population. Yes, the poor are blamed, while the rich might spend enough in a day to sustain 10 poor families. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it goes back to, I think it was the Illuminati that wanted to limit the Earth's population by such and such a number. Well,
it was 500 million. This sounds like a sort of a slightly watered down version of the Georgia Guidestones.
It goes back before the Illuminati, but that was one of their main things for sure.
It's one of those backfires with the rich. Like, they seem to have a short-term memory for things that are historically known. But like even if you go to like the Black Plague as an example, when you lose like a third of your population, the remaining population can now ask you for more money. And I think they think that they're going to replace us with like a bunch of robots, but you're a bunch of retards. Who are you going to get to work that?
But they do have a point in one thing here. Maybe it's my own point, whatever the case. Like, damn people and their damn welfare, where the rich motherfucker is like, oh, time to get a new yacht. Oh, you could buy 20 homes with this? Well, I need it. You know, I mean, if you're looking at the bottom end as the problem as far as resources go, you're fucked in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I recently watched a documentary, and it was talking about the American Dream crisis, and they made it a few years ago, and what it was is these people that were working for Disney in the Disney parks could not afford a home. They couldn't afford a house, so a lot of them were living in their vehicles, going to work, got a paycheck, and living in their vehicles. And
well, the same is true of Walmart workers, Amazon workers. In fact, Amazon workers, there was a story going around, and it was true. They were forcing them to work through their breaks, so they were pissing in bottles.
Yeah. So all these multi-billion-dollar companies, they can afford to do that because people need a job. And I think when this was filmed, it was like 2008, and they were making like $8 an hour.
So
in Orlando, Florida, which is very expensive. So
to further my point, these days there's video games that cost $250 million to make or more. There's movies that cost that or more to make, right? There's states that don't get that much yearly.
Mm-mm.
So if you're looking at the poor welfare people, and yeah, there's a lot of fucked up people abusing that, yes, no doubt. But if you're looking at them going, that's the strain on us, how fucking retarded are you? How many movies come out regularly at such a budget? And we're talking about the poorer states don't get that much a year.
Yeah. Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah, we live in a backwards world.
So yeah, I'm not saying there's not a welfare problem. There absolutely is. But if you're looking at that's the cause, that's what we need to attack, you're fucked.
Well, it's like when Hawaii had that fire, and Oprah was like, I'm going to save people. I'm going to get people to donate. I'm like, bitch, you own a third of the island. Why don't you fucking donate?
Yeah. I mean, she was at one point one of the richest people in the world, wasn't she?
Well, okay, it actually reminds me of a stunt that Trump pulled. Oh, there was a disaster. Was it a hurricane? I don't remember. It was a disaster, and Trump went over there, and he recorded himself throwing out paper towels and bags of Doritos, and is like, "Are you fucking serious?" Then he's like, "I went there and saved the day."
Paper towels will do a lot for you, but it ain't gonna clean up all of that.
Yeah, I don't remember which one that was. Was that like the Texas floods or something?
It was
maybe,
it was in Puerto Rico.
Oh,
yeah, which is technically a part of America.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which, crazy enough, a lot of people don't know that at all. But yeah, anyway.
And from what I understand, there's a lot of places in Puerto Rico that still don't have water or power.
No, what Trump really did was he went for a photo op to generate some good press for himself. But yeah, he was tossing it out in the crowd like a bag package of some paper towels and chips, like the itty bag of chips, and tossing them out. It's like, yeah, I'm saving these people.
Well, it's a virtue signal. It's exactly what Greta Thunberg was doing as well, or with her freedom flotilla on the way to Gaza. It's just virtue. It's virtue signaling, and we've had an epidemic of virtue signaling for at least 10, 15 years.
She did that on her tour through Canada too. It was basically, I'm going to talk to the leader of Canada. She wanted to talk to Trudeau, so they could whine about the gas and oil companies. And the entire time she was doing that, she was basically a trash monkey. Everywhere she goes, she eats snacks in packages that are like 100% plastic packaging, and then she leaves trash everywhere. Like her car was all full of trash. Her apartment, or like the hotel, had packages everywhere, and like she's a dirty little shit.
You cannot be an advocate for cleaning up the earth and be a trash panda.
Just saying.
You can't.
Yeah, she's just one of those people that does the what is the current thing? What is the current crisis? Okay, well, I support the people affected by the current thing. Like, okay.
Well, with the population,
I was just gonna say, a lot of times I'll say something not pro-Trump, and people's like, "Fuck you, fuck that noise," and it's like, goddamn, I am not a fucking cheerleader. I don't even consider myself right, not left either. You know what I am? I'm human, and fuck, I'm barely that. I'm not cheerleading for anybody. I'm bringing the truth the best way that I can manage to bring it. You can like it or not. I really don't give a fuck.
Well, it doesn't matter who likes the truth. The truth doesn't care who likes it or who doesn't. It's just simply the truth. That's just the way it is.
Well, a lot of people in this territory of streamers, the bigot verse, if you will, are all pro-Trump, and a lot of them might not be, but a lot of them are, they're signaling. They're like, that's what the watchers, that's what the viewers are, that's what they want. So I'm gonna make a bunch of Trump videos, and I'm gonna be, yeah, America. I'm not. I don't know. I'm impartial to every goddamn thing. But if I got an issue, I don't give a fuck where it's at. If Jesus came down and was like, hey, Jesus is real, but he's a son of a bitch. Fuck him. Fuck that motherfucker. That's me. I'm that kind of person.
For me, it's you're comparing Trump to his what would have been his opposition. So do you think that Kamala Harris would have been better?
I'm not comparing him to anybody. I'm just stating a fact about him.
Yeah, and also
that's what people do. They like, oh, you said this bad thing, that means you like this other thing. No, the fuck it doesn't. I never brought up any other name.
Well, to me, it's like the choice between Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton and Trump is like, which would be more dangerous?
Oh, look, one is a shit sandwich, and it's got the bread and the shit on the inside. The other one is bread on the inside but shit on the outside. Okay, look. I'm not saying he's done all bad things. No, I'm not. I am absolutely not. But I'm not going to ignore when he has.
Well, that's.
It's the same with all politics. You're always voting for the lesser of two evils. And yeah. So, go
but I mean, if you wanted to get real technical with it, it doesn't matter who you vote for. They've already picked them out anyway. So
yeah,
there you have it. They've already picked out who they're going to put in office and everything.
No, but I'm not picking on you, but that is people's general reaction. Is if you say something bad here or good here, it means, oh, you feel this way about the opposition. That's not me. I'm not. Fuck them both. Fuck them all. I'm gonna tell the truth, good or bad. When even Democrats do something good, I'm gonna fucking say they did. Republicans did something bad, I'm gonna fucking say they did. I'm not comparing shit. I'm just bringing the truth.
Yeah.
Well, it's I would actually respond to those people a little bit differently, because I also disagree with them. Like, the thing is if you really support Trump, then you need to understand that he's not doing everything perfect. If you actually want him to succeed, then you have to acknowledge the places where, no, actually, that's not a success. He should probably do something else. It's like with the UK politics currently. I said earlier on Asmon's stream, because he was covering some of that, that part of the problem is both Nigel and Rupert are both very charismatic. So you have two charismatic heads clashing. I'm not saying narcissism, but sometimes leaders do have a little bit of that. It is what makes them good leaders half the time.
Yeah.
But that causes head clashes. So, like, both of them could be in the right and both of them could be in the wrong, but you have to figure out where. Does that mean I hate either of them?
I've learned about the average person. I'll give you an example. I knew this woman. She was all fucked in the head. She considered herself a Republican conservative hippie. Yeah, this is what she called herself. So I'm like, I need to delve into this, right? I need to delve into this. I'm like, oh, so you voted Republican? Okay, why? You know, I was expecting their policies, but she went because I thought they were handsome.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, there's some weirdos who do that. I try to actually look at the policies.
To be fair, it's as good a reason as any. You're just, you know, whoever you vote for, the government gets in. You know, that's kind of the way I look at it. But I can understand also. I can also understand having the juxtaposition of being a conservative hippie. I'm fine with that. I used to be a death metal hippie.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Well, here's the way I view it. Here's the way I view it. A hippie's a hippie, a this is a that, and a that is that, right?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. You can have tendencies of the hippie people. It's like, yeah, I'm into this, but you know, I kind of do like this. But to say you to claim the title of both, I think that's conflicting.
No, not.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Motherfucker, you know.
That's why I was confused. I was like, okay, that doesn't make
that's like the what is it? The gays for Palestine, you know?
Oh, that is crazy. Why would you?
That really doesn't make any sense.
Well, see, that's a prime example of what I mean. That's
chickens for KFC. That one.
Okay,
that was crazy.
So okay, hippies of old, right? They see a death metal motherfucker and they're like, get out, you fucking weirdo. Leave us alone. We want to, you know, do our drugs in fucking peace.
The death metal guys like,
so are you seeing my point here?
Yeah. No, but you know, I was all about tearing down the barricades, you know, tear down these barriers. I can be a death metal hippie, you know.
Well, you know, back in the day, the hippies, they did a lot of stuff. I mean, they a lot of them. Now, a good many of them were they were just stoned out of their minds and doing what they wanted. But there were some that really stood against government, like the Vietnam War and all kind of stuff like that. So, yeah, they kind of were hippies, but they pushed the boundaries of government to a point to where a lot of musicians back in the day they were unalived because of it, because their music was too powerful.
I was often described as a nonconformist, but with a lot of anarchist tendencies. Now, that's not me now. That's not me. I'm still a nonconformist. You know, I don't cheerlead for anybody, and I call it out, whatever it is, wherever it is, however it is. You know, but I'm not an anarchist anymore. You know, I don't want to burn it all down. I just, you know, I'm not gonna be here forever. You know,
yeah, honestly, I think the whole sort of the death metal hippie thing is just a case of, you know, I don't want to, you know, you don't have to limit yourself to just one genre of existence, sort of thing. You know, you can be anarchic, but you can also follow the rules in some ways. You know, you can be about peace and love, but you can also listen to, like, you know, songs about death and
so I get what you're saying, but my own personal take is too many goddamn labels. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, you or this, therefore you must this and this and this. Oh, you're this and you belong over here. Oh, let me put you in this box, and it's got labels, it's got names, and you're in your little box, and oh, you're over here because you're this. And I'm like, God damn, we're all human, just like, I'm all kinds of mixed up. I don't belong in any fucking box.
Precisely, it's like being a musician. When I was like learning to play guitar, like I started listening. I started by playing along with thrash metal albums and stuff like that. But I was also listening to stuff like ABBA, and so that was a case of what kind of music genre are you into? I was like, yeah, pretty much all of them, except for hip hop. Hip hop sucks. That's barely music. It's barely music.
I blame some of the obsession with the check boxes on the autism of Harry Potter. Yes. Because the amount of kids who were like, oh, I'm going to do all the check boxes to see what house I get into. And I call it the autism of Harry Potter because Meat Canyon used to have a little clip that he did for it, and I can't find it anymore.
Well, maybe it is due to autism. I can't really say, but it does annoy me, people's tendencies to go, oh, you're this, therefore that means, and you belong here, and let me throw this label on you. And it's like, stop it, get some help. We're humans. We enjoy different things. We think about different things, and we don't all fucking need labels and boxes.
Yeah, I feel like if the sorting hat was in here, it would have an aneurysm. Like trying to work out.
I'd be like, sir, just make a whole new house. Just
yeah,
make a whole new house.
Right.
I
don't want to fit in any of them.
Yeah. I think I would be a Slytherin and a Hufflepuff.
So okay, back before heavy metal was douchey or all death metal, I was a metalhead, sure. People was like, oh, so you like Metallica? And I'm like, fuck you, fuck off, don't talk to me.
That was the consensus for all metalheads when they got told that. It's like, no.
Or they'd see I had long hair and they're like, you're in a band. It's like people's simple minds like trying to process this. Oh, there's this, therefore it means that, therefore you're here, and therefore.
Yeah, you can't just be a guy who likes clothing. It fits. You liked it. It was comfortable. Could be that simple.
It's a shame that ABBA never did a death metal album.
So,
yeah, but
if I'm remembering, recalling correctly, ABBA, the English songs, they didn't know English. They were just mimicking it.
I'm not sure actually. They were a Swedish band, sure, but I think they could speak a little bit of English. But the guy, the musicians, the guys were both classically trained, and some ABBA music is absolutely fantastic. I'm going to start sounding like some kind of weird drag queen now. Oh, I fucking love ABBA. Oh, they're so good, I really like that Dancing Queen song, or Voulez-Vous. Do you remember Voulez-Vous? Or Gimme, 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 A Man After Midnight. Oh, I want some of that.
So, here in America, we're, Native Americans have always been a thing. I once told this girl, I said, yeah, well, I'm part Native American. And this bitch asked me, is like, do you live in a teepee? In all seriousness, do you live in a teepee? And then she was like, she visited me and she was curious to see all my Native American stuff. It's like, God damn, you think I live in a fucking time capsule? You think I'm from 400 years ago? What the fuck where's your head at? So that goes back to the labels thing, but it also links to other things. It's just how simple. Sure. It annoys the shit out of me how simple people are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of people worldwide think Canadians all sound they're really
like we're from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, they're really mellow and they're really nice to a fault, and they have a lot of maple syrup flowing through their rivers and shit like that.
There is also the reputation of all the fist fights.
And, I was going to say that, yeah, about the fight days or whatever.
And like I was pointing out earlier, Americans are known for eating burgers the size of their head, which is total bullshit.
So Nova Scotia is named accurately R2. Like it is named after New Scotland.
New Scotland, yes.
They aren't all Scottish, but when you look into names and heritage, you can tell that a lot of them probably came from Scotland. So they do have a lot of pub culture.
I'm curious about the language there. There's the word new, and then there's the word neo, but Nova, where does that word originate?
I think that's French. They took that from the French.
Well, there's that old story about there was a car. Oh gosh, right. There's a car company in the UK called Vauxhall, and they released a car called the Vauxhall Nova in England, well, the UK, and then they tried to import it into France. And it turned out people were all laughing at them and not buying the car because it was called the Vauxhall Nova, which in French means doesn't go.
There was the car manufacturer, and they were trying to sell the Pinto in another country, but over there it meant little dick. So it didn't sell.
I knew it was something. God damn it.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a joke in there that I just don't know. I'm not from Nova Scotia. I know some people who are, but
we in the 80s, maybe the 70s and 80s, but in the 80s for sure, we did have a Pinto car, and it was a little dick car because that is God damn, it was all, for one, there was so many of them that issue. If they were hitting the back too hard, they would literally explode.
Explode? Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
I've owned a few Pintos, and I mean the little car, not the other.
I think.
Okay.
I think it's a thing with the Maritimes because they're not really that much bigger or smaller than the UK. They retain a lot more UK heritage, and I mean that because like there's some areas where you can tell that they were more English, and you can tell when they're more Scottish, and you can tell when they're more French because they speak French, but they're a little bit more. You'll get more clear French from a Maritimer than you will get from Quebec. That's just they retain a little bit better. But I also blame the friendliness thing. So that's always been a bit of a stereotype, but most of that's just we think it's easier to deal with other people if you're polite first. It's just a smoother way of getting by. But after 9/11, there was this program going around based off of a small town called Gander. And they are an example of a really decent town in Canada, but they took in like twice the amount of Americans from flights overseas than their own town had. And it was just one of those things where I actually resent them from cycling that around because I think it's a lot of the problems we have is people saw how nice we were. They saw how giving we were. They saw how, well, you guys are having a hard spot. Let's just be kind to our neighbors. Like that's just something you do with your neighbors. And they saw that, and I think it's just been exploited since.
It actually reminds me of Southern hospitality.
Mm-hmm. It's the stuff
the thing about Southern hospitality is that's a very mixed bag. If they see you and they like you and they feel some kindred spirit toward you, there might be from the older people, not the younger ones. That because of the younger, it don't exist anymore. There might be some Southern hospitality, but 99% of the time, they're being a complete fucking asshole to you in nice words. And the people from other places, they're like, oh, they're so sweet. I see the Southern hospitality. They're just, without saying it, they're just putting you down like a motherfucker.
But what I think I saw in that video when I reflect on it, it's something that you said yourself, Noise. There are times when you know that you're doing the right thing, even if it's a hard thing to do, and you'll do it for somebody when you know it's the right thing to do. And I think Gander was just like they were videotaped in the middle of doing that. Like that was just the natural thing for them to do. And no, I don't think that's okay to bring in billions of people from overseas because we're kind to people in times of need. Like,
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's kind of people in a time of need, in a sense. That's America. Because America's going all over the whole goddamn world being like, oh, we're gonna kill your enemy, we're gonna feed you, we're gonna this, which personally I don't agree with. I think you should keep to your fucking self. It's like that's their shit, let them sort it out. You know, we're not the fucking world police here. If it was up to me, it's like, no, we are not the world police. You know, but America's bailed a lot of motherfuckers out for sure.
Yeah, believe me, you know, as someone in the UK, I honestly feel I've always felt that you know the USA has been trying their best, but the rest of the world has been taking the piss. You know, trying to, you know, and has been relying on America to bail them out for many years now.
I don't remember who, but I just a day or two ago, maybe yesterday, whatever the case, I was watching this video. It was this girl, and she was going, you know, British people, they always apologize before they do an American accent, you know, right? And she was maybe a Scottish girl, something like that, right?
Okay. Do you know her phone number? I'm asking for a friend.
So she's basically saying that the UK people disrespect Americans because they go so far as they will apologize if they're about to put on an American accent. So, and I'm going, yeah, you call us a bunch of fat, lazy, stupid motherfuckers. And how many times we saved your goddamn ass?
Well, I think she's wrong about that shit because I don't think they're being insulting toward Americans. But
I just want to add, Apple, Microsoft, NASA. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on. But wait, what came from there?
Canadarm, the Canadarm. That's the one thing we did for you guys. The only thing.
What did the UK provide America? Well, its entire population for a start. Well, not its entire population, but yeah. No, I don't know. What did the UK produce? Comedy. We're good at comedy. But
I mean, the
British
fucking
comedy.
German people and people of that region, they helped with bombs and stuff. But okay, and sometimes they help with rockets as well.
That's true. Are we going into Operation Paperclip? Oh yes, let's talk about Werder von Braun. Oh yes.
but yeah, I do think it's funny. It's like, oh, American, they're fat, lazy, and stupid. It's like, whoa, you need to step back and wipe your eyes because, goddamn, you are not seeing clearly. How about that fucking phone you're using right now? That computer. How about where'd that come from? How'd that come to be?
Okay. I've never admitted this before in front of an American before, but when I was about 16, right, I wrote a song, right, and it was called Americans. Okay, now get ready for this because you're not going to be happy about this. The first verse went, Americans are shite, they don't know how to spell, and they always think they're right, they can all just go to hell. They wear 10-gallon hats when they're out there on the plains, but they don't need 10-gallon hats for their wee half-pint brains.
Well, see, that's kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. And no, this is not attacking you. This is in general.
Yeah.
The simple-minded people, they're like, oh, media has taught me this. Oh, my family, my neighbors, my friends, they mock this. And therefore, it means it's this way. And now I'm going to do the same.
Right. You know, the song that I wrote, it was pure stereotype. It was pure comedy. You know, it's like making the absolute worst argument and stuff like that. And I have to come clean. I did write that song, and it was slightly impolite about Americans. And I do take it back now. You know, I did.
Well,
because I wrote it 40 years ago or something.
Well, you were 16, so
yeah,
everybody's a little shit when they're 16.
Exactly.
So,
That's the thing, you know, the BBC, you know, the British Propaganda Corporation. I know the B doesn't stand for propaganda, but yeah, it pretty much does. The British Broadcasting Corporation is not a fan of America. It just isn't, you know. And we get the propaganda, or we got the
Well,
propaganda
we
all the
don't
time. So
we don't get anti-UK propaganda, and why? Because it's this
because we're
fucking
tiny,
big.
yeah, we don't matter in the
That would be
grand scheme of
punching
things.
down, so to speak. It'd be punching down.
Absolutely, yeah. No, we don't matter in the grand scheme of things. No, we're like Grenada or something, you know. We're just a country that you might hear about once in a while. Yeah, and yeah, I get that. Is the difference is that we speak the same language as you, and that's why we're more associated together.
It's just as I streamed more and I got more people from that region of the world, and they all have these stereotypes and funny ass thoughts about Americans, and I hear this American fat, lazy, stupid, and it's like, what? We don't even fucking think about you. And again, I'll reiterate.
For me, it was a Tuesday.
That operating system you're using, that phone, that computer, you want to talk about space travel? Oh yeah, you want to talk about the economy? Who did that for you?
You want to talk about Jim Beam?
Oh, you want to talk about living a good life now? Who saved your ass in wartime? Who beat your ass in wartime?
Well,
I mean, come on. I mean, fucking
yeah, Stephen Bromby's
the
got
level of ignorance is astounding.
Stephen's got one of our great exports there in the chat. Apparently, we gave you John Oliver. That's
hey, welcome, Dramatic Allure. We're just having bitch fits at the moment.
Well, one of the things that had my brother cursing the last couple of days, and it's not everybody in his game server, so he's playing Project Zomboid, and on the server that he's on, I'd say like a third of them are European and a bunch of them are German. And he's dealing with some of them, and I think some of them are probably like a Hugo, and some of them are flamboyantly gay, and they're dumb as shit.
Yeah.
And so he's in the middle of playing this game. He's looking for an SUV or a Suburban in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, and he hears this song that I've shared with you, and it had his German friends that were normal, like, kind of making the what?
Right, so I just want to reply to this, Stephen Bromby. I've met a lot of Americans over the years. Some of them were thick as pig shit. Some of them were some of the smartest people I've ever met. Well, I've met a lot of Brits over the years. A fucking lot of them were, as thick as pig shit. Some of them were average. I'm not, don't take this wrong way, I've not met a really smart one. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm not saying that.
I went to university, I'll have what the hell.
Well, the thing is most really intelligent people, they don't fuck with YouTube. They just don't.
Yeah,
I mean, they're busy doing other shit. I mean, if they have anything,
wait, let's be fair. Some do.
Well, I mean, it's always for like really technical, like really scientific stuff or technical stuff, or they're giving information in the vein of learning. That's their platform that they can get to get people to learn about what they're doing. You know what I mean? It's a lot of that kind of stuff.
Well, so again, don't take it I'm insulting you. I'm not. When I say I've not met any real smart ones, there's Brits who are updated. They keep current on the news and they're really into stuff, but it's very surface level and a lot of platitudes, and it's a lot of like a lot of it's based off of what they feel, and a lot of assumptions. It's very shallow. It's on the shallow end of things.
Well, for example, I was watching back when I was very into mycology. There was a British person. I don't think they were from England. I think they were from like Scotland or somewhere, Ireland. I forget now. But anyway, they knew their damn shit. I mean, down to the bare minimum minuscule science of it all, but they had spent their life doing it, and it was interesting. So
Yeah. I will reiterate. No, I don't think they're all dumb. I'm just saying the ones I've met. There's it's all right, but nobody like really.
You've just
But
put me in
anyway.
mind of the things that are credited to Scotland in inventing, which are things like the television by John Logie Baird and the telephone by Alexander Graham Bell, and penicillin by Alexander Fleming. We've had some inventing sort of breakthroughs in Scotland. So these are things
Maybe, but a lot of times you have to delve a little deeper because they will credit the person with inventing it who markets it or takes it from someone else who was doing it on a smaller scale.
Yeah, it's true. There was like questions asked about, I think like Thomas Edison was also competing with regards to like the cathode ray tube and stuff for television.
Thomas Edison stole everything.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think I'm saying it's sort of generally accepted that these things were invented in Scotland.
But how many liquors did you invent?
I mean, we invented the best one, so that would be Scotch whiskey.
No, but I'm joking. But I know Jen has something here.
Yes.
So I don't know how gay this is. My brother was giggling for at least an hour and a half over this shit. But I suspect it's worse than Sparkle Fairy. So here you go. I don't know if it's loud. Let me know if it's too loud. And it might be gay in German. I hope Hugo's listening, and I'm sorry.
Das Leben eines Trap-Bunnies ist verrückt. Manchmal sind es die most random Tage, die dein Leben verändern.
Fuck is this?
Februar 2024. Ich lag in meinem Bett. Links mein Notizbuch. Rechts ein richtig fetter Bomberclad Joint. Ich zieh dran.
Fuck did my brother send me?
Ich blätter in meinem Notizbuch rum und denke so, was wird wohl mein nächster Song? Bis auf einmal mein Drink kippt um. Einfach so, direkt aufs Bett. Mein Drink ist einfach komplett auf mein Bett gesplasht. Und dann war ich so, fuck, Digga, mein ganzes Bett ist voll gesplasht. Nicht das, was ihr denkt. Aber dann war ich so, splish, splash. Und der Rest kommt einfach ganz von alleine.
I'm sorry.
Und wenn sie nicht gestorben sind, dann...
I don't know what the fuck they're saying.
what the hell is your brother into?
I don't know who said this to him, but he was laughing about this for like an hour because he doesn't understand it either.
Oh, Digga, KP, wirklich keine Ahnung. Können wir einfach endlich mit dem Musikvideo
I
anfangen?
don't know.
Ich hab dafür bezahlt.
Hugo, where are you? Lilith?
Du weißt schon, warum ich dich angehalten habe, Baram Kok. Du hast doch die News schon
What?
gehört.
Herr Officer, stopp, ich kann mich nicht konzentrieren.
Du weißt schon, dass ich dich jetzt
What?
festlegen muss.
Herr Officer.
I don't know
wie
what
sieht
this
eigentlich
is.
gerne aus?
Am
Oh.
vergangenen Wochenende attackierte
Okay.
der 24-jährige Kurde Baram K. auf offener Straße einen Polizisten.
I think there's a
Laut eigener
song starting.
Aussage war die Uniform zu sexy und er würde es immer wieder tun. Hiermit bitten wir also alle Beamten im Dienst, ihre Augen offen zu halten und Schutz zu suchen. Es gilt die landesweite Warnung.
Herr Officer! Nein! Herr Officer! Herr
All right, look,
Officer! Stopp,
this
ich
is
kann
starting
mich
to
nicht
look like
konzentrieren.
homoerotic stuff.
I gotta send that to Hugo.
Okay, there you go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I mean,
From the bottom
what
of
I
my
got
heart.
from it is they love cock.
No, I'm gonna send that to Hugo. But my brother's in the middle of playing Project Zomboid, and he can hear that through somebody else's mic.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting rid of that mess.
You know, this is part of the reason that Britain voted for Brexit. You realise that, yeah?
Send it to Sardock. Should I send it to Sardock?
Sardock, yeah, he might, yeah.
I'm sorry, Noise. I admit I didn't know how bad that was. He was giggling like a little boy. So
I mean, yeah. So I will say again, I didn't mean to insult anyone earlier. There's times I've started to find myself getting deep in topic to go over, the fine details, and everybody's like blank. They're like, and I'm like, yeah, nobody knows what I'm saying, or nobody fucking ever does. There's times I just find myself in the shit and nobody else is there, Yeah. And I mean, this has been various topics, technology to biology to science to whatever.
To Jen's random autism.
You're still giggling over that nonsense.
No, it's more of just like how did he how does he find this shit?
So I mean, and then I'm like all into what I'm saying, and I look up and like everybody's like fucking puzzled, and I'm like, oh no, I might as well be speaking gibberish.
Yeah, that happens quite a lot. Because I mean, it's like I follow it to a point, and then it's like, okay, I have no idea anymore.
No, I mean, I well, clearly, as you can imagine, I talk with Elijah more than anybody really, and she knows that I get heavy, deep into shit, and then I'm like, I'm wasting my breath. And every time I do it when I'm streaming, I'm like, same effect. I'm like, be dumber.
Yeah. But, it's everybody has their strengths to their understanding of everything. And a lot of times, if somebody knows in extensive detail about something, other people might not have thought exactly way. You know what I mean?
State when I'm saying this, I'm not calling anybody here stupid. I'm just saying I have not encountered. They exist, sure they exist. I have not encountered, American or otherwise, anybody with a that can really get in and keep up.
Well, yeah, it's like I was saying, everybody has their, I'm not real sure how to word it, because everybody has their levels of understanding. And if somebody knows something about something that's more extensive than, everybody else, then it's good because sometimes you don't think about a subject in that particular way. So it's always good to learn new stuff.
I'm going to point this out. Stephen Bromby, new member. Thank you for your support. He used to say thank you for your member, but I was like, yeah, that's a little creepy. Thank you, Stephen Bromby.
Well played, Stephen.
But, yeah, I mean, it's always good to learn new things about and exchange ideas. I mean, that's how we grow as people.
So yeah, I should play him a nice clip. Let's see. Okay, I like this one.
Whoops. Anyone have some change?
God damn, I love that ad.
There was one other thing I was going to share real quick because it's funny, but it's not bad. It's actually a little bit more wholesome. This is how most people, not just Americans, but North American kids in general, view the Swedes. Yep. That's what I think. Yep.
Yes.
So I know that PewDiePie knows of this.
English girl, the hear the moving. See the moving? When you hear the boomer shooting. Let's lick the hoop, let's hear the hoop. Here the hoop. Let's hear the go, let's hear the hoop. Let's hear the hoop. Let's hear the hoop. Donut.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty accurate. Yep. I mean, obviously that's not true, but grew up with
Sweden
that.
in a
So.
nutshell. The Swedish Chef and ABBA. That is Sweden.
Yep.
Well,
that's all everybody knows about Sweden is ABBA. And
Speaking for myself, I growing up, I never really thought about people of other lands and nations and such. You know, I just didn't. You know, I was like, I got my own shit to deal with. What the fuck am I gonna think about you for?
I mean, you know, Americans don't have to think about other lands, really. I mean, your country is so big on its own that it would take a lifetime to learn all about the various cultures in just your 50 states. So like adding like Europe
okay,
to
so
that, and
I've noticed about not all, but a lot of Europeans, they're really like keen on learn about this area and learn about this and learn about something. You can be born here, grow up here, fucking die here, never learn a thing about the history of it, or learn everything. Guess what? It changes nothing.
Yeah, no, you're right. Honestly, I barely know about the other member states of the United Kingdom. So, although having said that, I've got relatives that live in England and Wales, and I've got friends that stay in Northern Ireland as well. So, theoretically, I should be a little bit more aware of my surroundings. But when it comes to Europe, I've said it before, Europe is way more complicated because they all speak different fucking languages. So it's really difficult to learn about Europe compared to, learning about other places in the United States.
Let's speak a few here, but yeah, I'm sure not as many as there. But you might notice I am very judgmental. I'd never deny that. I'm very critical. I don't deny that at all. The only thing I'll say is don't take it personal. That's just me. I have shitty traits. That's just me.
Well, I think the reason why, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. But I think the reason why a lot of people in the UK say to learn about the surrounding areas and countries and stuff like that is because they're so close together. And at any given time, they can just hop the border and take a day trip and be in a different country. Well, you're gonna want to know the at least the basics, so you won't get over there and look like an idiot.
Well, yeah, I've heard of. I don't want to harp on this comparison kind. I don't mean it like that, but I've heard of non-Americans, making fun of Americans. You only know one language. Like, yeah, we only need one, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Hey, man, it's way more convenient, if you come to Europe, there's dozens of languages getting spoken on this continent,
No, to be fair, in school, they do teach you multiple languages, unless you come from a small town like I did, then they generally don't. But they usually teach you Spanish. That's the go-to secondary language is Spanish. And I know my mother learned French in school, but whatever. I remember, okay, she's not around anymore, but I remember she told me that it was a waste of time. It was worthless. She never had any reason to use it whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah.
She said she learned it because she thought it sounded like it was a pretty language, so she learned it in school. that her and some of her friends learned it in school because they thought it sounded pretty.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why
Yeah,
not?
our schools, you had to take one modern language, and for us it was French. In some other schools it would be
No,
German,
well,
and some other schools it would be Spanish.
in most American schools, they do teach at least one other language, but not in real small towns. They don't, unless things change since the 90s, But yeah,
Yeah.
but in most American schools, you do learn at least. Usually, the secondary language is Spanish. Usually,
Yeah.
Yeah, I say I'm not all that well traveled, but my parents have been to Europe quite a lot. They really love Italy. Italy's one of their favorites, and Italy's got a lot going on. As far as history and stuff.
Mhm.
They've got some real picturesque areas as well.
well, yeah, I do appreciate a lot of European things. They do have a rich history, and the buildings, the castles, and I love that shit. Fuck yeah, I so appreciate that. I just hate to see what the place has become now.
Yeah. I mean,
It's-
before all that crap started over there, I had thought that one day I would go and travel Europe and just to see the castles, just to see the countryside and all that kind of stuff. I don't give a shit. I could give two shits about the cities. I don't give a shit about that. No, I want to see the countrysides and the mountains and the castles and all that kind of stuff. That's what I would like. And it's a shame that it's getting taken over by idiots.
Well, that was the one thing recently. I'm not meaning to bring it to current news. It did make me laugh. The way the Italians have kind of been like, no, Spain, we don't want your leftovers. Made me laugh quite a bit. And then there was some. It isn't just America that gets that label. I would say that our uneducated is everywhere. But there were a lot of people who were like, well, Spain isn't anywhere near Italy. I'm like, do you know Italy's history with Spain? Like at all?
Each other. They hated each other. And then they bonded together over hating the French. So
Yes, and then everyone bonded over hating the Germans as
they-
well. And then we had to call in the United States.
Well,
1942. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Yeah, I bitch a lot about how non-Americans see Americans. Yeah, of course, as you all know, I bitch a lot about. But here's the thing. I'm looking at any of you going, hey, you're a human being, I'm a human being, let's talk, let's hang out. I'm not the one bringing this. It was brought to me. Now I'm in a place I have to defend. I don't want to be in that place. I didn't start the fire.
Well, I remember learning. Well,
now I know you got that song in your head now, right?
oh God, I hate you so much. I hate you so much for that. But yeah, my great grandmother had said that the United States wasn't going to get in the middle of World War II. They was going to let the world fight it out for themselves.
Oh yeah.
And finally, what happened is it got leaked what exactly was going on. So America said, okay, fine, we will help. And it didn't help the fact that Japan bombed Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was the catalyst, really, I think.
So I know the kind of shit I say, a lot of people feel attacked. This is not me attacking. This is me answering what's been brought to my fucking door that I never asked for.
Yeah. Well, when that happened with after Pearl Harbor, I mean, Canada, America, Mexico, everybody in North America and South America went over to Europe to help.
Well, Canada was already involved because we were a colony. So Australia, we were already there. But it was more of like, we would rather work, no offense, R2, but we would rather work with Americans or Australians in wars because at least when you're coming to with like World War I and II, The Brits had some old-fashioned things that they were carrying over that we thought were kind of stupid, like having your general have like a bright, flamboyantly red outfit with a tag on it telling them that you're a captain. That's not a really good idea. Or
No.
like let's actually share the plan with other people in the party. So if the one guy who has the plan gets shot, everybody kind of knows what to do. Stuff like that.
I mean, I am joking. I'm gonna preface it with that. Or you get the fucking Scots over and it's like your soldiers are all in skirts. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, that was part of the, I think, the Canadian side. So like you do hear stories about us losing our shit. I think it was just the treatment, because like America does understand this. Like the equipment was so bad. Like it was bad in World War One, but it was even worse in World War Two. And they were so pissed off about the whole thing. Yeah, they were like, "Yeah, I'm going to throw grenades at your carts of food and pretend like we didn't." And war crime.
Well, the thing is a lot of that goes back to, if I'm not mistaken, the rest of Europe kind of depended on Germany for their weapons and stuff, because back at that time, Germany was known for their machinery and stuff.
Mechanically, yeah. I agree with the mechanics.
No, there was a time that Germany was known for their superb engineering and, of course, their bomb and rocket tech, and all such. But they were once upon a time known for that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they still are.
They're still good farmers too. Like I don't knock them for. So like if you go to like Germany, you're gonna get really good like breads and really good like pork products. But like they did a lot of cakes. They do a lot of cookies. Like my grandmother has carryover for some of those. So I kept those recipes. I'm gonna try and figure out them one of these days.
But
and Austria is known for making Hellraisers, apparently.
Yes.
No. Okay. Yeah, I'm referring to Lilith, but it's all in good fun. I'm not saying nothing bad. More often than not, when I say you're a Hellraiser, I mean it in a good way.
I wonder if she could understand that song. Like it's a different type of German Austrian, so I'm like, I wonder if she could understand that shit. She'd get mad at me for it.
Well, there's also Arnold Schwarzenegger, which
Yeah.
That's what I know of Austria.
That's about all I know.
Very limited. Yep, very limited. But I'm not there.
But I mean, it's and back in the early times, when Rome tried to take over Scotland, they failed hard because they weren't used to fighting in the climate, and the Scots people, the warriors would hide themselves in the fucking snow. Well, if you get somebody from Italy going to those regions and you see some like over 6 foot tall Scots person in a dress bolting up from the fucking snow carrying a claymore, you're gonna really turn tail and go the other way, because you're gonna think they're crazy motherfuckers.
I changed my title under my name to represent, I don't know, the jokingly American stereotype.
Yeah,
Well,
my picture is from Carry On Up the Khyber, and those are the devils in skirts. And that is their fighting style.
Wait, so they're like, have a whiff of my ball sack. That's their attack.
We intimidate the enemy into submission. Yeah,
I will piss on you.
Check out my balls.
Oh my god.
No, okay. What's really going on in that picture? Unless you are actually saying.
But no, it's from a comedy movie called Carry On Up the Khyber. And it is based on the soldiers posted in the Khyber Pass in India. Yeah, they are. I mean, it's not a historical document or anything like that. We're not we're not talking historical accuracy, but the joke
Wait,
was
never
the joke was the
forget.
devils in skirts.
So never forget the average, the intellect of the average person, right? Which means, okay, you get an idea. Oh, yeah, okay, I get the average person. Then remember, there's a lot of people who are under that average. So always try to like, no, really, here's what it really is, because you got some dumb motherfuckers out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're in India, you got to know they're burning up anyway. So I can kind of understand why they would do that.
This is
like I'm
sort of
burning up.
this is the climax of the movie, you know. And when they do that, all their enemies just run away. They just, scatter.
Every one of
It's
us
very funny.
from different lands that come on here and other shows, we from time to time we mock each other for differences in culture. But no, I get that. You're not going to be good for a laugh, but I think it would be great if we could all appreciate all the not all of them, but a lot of the cultures around the world. If we could take it all in and be, oh, this is what this is about. I get it now. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah. I've said it before, Noise. We know more about your culture than you know about ours, just because of just for the reason that you export more of your culture around the world via the media.
I think the misunderstanding there is, well, social media is fucking people in the head, like the way they eat and this is air conditioning everywhere and blah 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 blah. But
yeah, that's true.
The biggest misunderstanding is American culture is all over the place. You can't nail it down to a single thing at any point.
This is true, and largely the culture that gets exported is California culture. Yes.
That's not culture. That's just a bastardization of it.
But also New York is one of the most famous cities in the world. That
America. All of America hates California. They also hate Alabama and Mississippi.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
and to a lesser degree, Tennessee as well.
Yeah, Alabama and Mississippi in the United States is considered a laughing stock because, well, there was the Civil War and it got stomped into the dust.
It's kind of considered no man's land because there's less services to make you feel at ease. You gotta rough it a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, there's all those Clint Eastwood movies as well. A lot of people still have the picture of the America being the Wild West and stuff.
Well, it kind of in that sense it kind of is because everybody's carrying, and that's just the straight truth of it. I mean,
well, mostly in the South, and then you get places like Chicago, where there's any places a lot of gang activity. Most people carrying, but especially in the South, everybody's carrying. But people do use more restraint here. It's not like, oh, I got a gun, I'm just gonna use it.
Yeah, even then, it's also about TV shows and stuff as well. It's all like like Cheers and like CSI. And all these different shows that are supposedly based in different cities around America.
So there isn't a TV show out there that has any kind of true representation. Don't exist.
That is true.
It's basically taking a stretch and then going for like a rather long mile. Yeah, a very long mile.
Well, that's
it's kind of like Roseanne came out and was like, this represents the poor average family, and these motherfuckers had Harley Davidson, a brick house. Okay, and then there's like Married with Children. This represents a poor average family. The 2-story house, and it's like, no, no, sure there's people out there doing good for themselves. Of course there is, but no, on average, fuck no. Most people, no.
It's R2, if you could picture like a cowboy story, like a small town cowboy story as being actually a mixture of a lot of different stories coming from different places, it
Yeah.
actually like makes a lot more sense because that's what Hollywood used to do. So
Yeah.
like if you think of the story going from like, oh, this is a small town, they're all family, orientated, and then all of a sudden they get to the tavern and it's the most craziest place on the planet. They're taking that tavern from a completely different town because most of the taverns that were like really, really small minor towns, like the ones that would crop up for like maybe 20 years to dig a mine and then they're gone, because those ones were more outliers. So you have people that are more off the grid. There's a lot less officers and stuff like that. So yeah, their taverns are a little bit more insane.
Okay, so they don't call them taverns here, but the small towns generally don't have they call them bars, right? They generally don't have bars because they're Bible belt. They're like we're pure here, and they're fucking not, but they like to keep up pretenses. And of course the liquor would bring money into the town, but they want to stay super old fashioned. Therefore, most small towns don't have bars. It depends on what you consider a small town, but the real small ones don't have bars.
Yeah, they don't.
It's the stuff that makes like Little House on the Prairie not make sense because, well, for one thing, they butchered the book. I didn't realize how much they butchered the book in comparison to the TV show. But like, if you go from like, yeah, they're going to like the churches and stuff like that. Yeah, they're not going to go to that kind of bar, But like, you go to some of like California had some of these little minor towns looking for silver or whatever shit they were looking for, and that's where you get some of the heated stories where the cowboys were shooting the shit out of each other, but like that's not the average town.
Yeah. Oh no, I guess it's the same as basing your entire opinion of the UK on something like 4 Weddings and a Funeral or Notting Hill or something like that. It's like, that's a very specific place.
I've seen British TV shows and movies, but honestly, I didn't form an opinion like this is how they are. I'm like, it's TV. All TV is bullshit. They talk funny. That's it. I mean.
It's also we have particularly famous stories, and it's no different from you guys. Like, you guys have famous families because they had family feuds with each other. Like I can't remember the names of the ones from Appalachia, but they're kind of famous because of how bad their feud was.
Oh, you're talking about the Hatfields and the McCoys.
Like that, it's absolutely make movies out of that because it's like it's funny. Well, it's not funny; it was real, but at the same time, like it's such a crazy story. But you could absolutely find that shit from the UK. There are famous families that took it out on each other, but we had some up here, like. So when I was going through the murder series, some of the small towns in Ontario, like there's one where they wiped out a whole family, and because the family was friendly with the sheriff, they didn't do shit to them, and there wasn't a way to prove it, right? So
the famous one in Scotland. Oh, sorry, no, just quickly. The famous one in Scotland was the Glencoe massacre, where the Campbells murdered the McDonalds.
Yeah,
and that was that was back in the mists of time,
I was just gonna say that you've been on here a lot and you've heard us talk about America, but you could have somebody 60 miles difference, a couple hours away, and they'll be like, everything you said is bullshit. And to them it is. I mean, things are so drastically different for every hour or two away that everything we say is null and void to someone 2 fucking hours away from us. You cannot nail it down.
Some of the other guys that I used to hang around with on Discord, they were more based in like Florida and stuff, and their outlook on America I feel is very different to yours. I think it is. Because I feel like Florida is it's just a very different it's got a very different vibe generally. So I can understand that. I've said it before, America's a big place. They've got their own cultures, and all the different areas. You know, someone from Florida is very different from someone in Seattle. You know,
Yeah, it's the reason I can say this is because we're so big. It's kind of similar up here. You know, like I respect the other Canadians in my country, but I don't really identify with people from the Maritimes. I don't disrespect them. I do like them. I would fight for them in the same war because we're still Canadians together, but I don't know what it's like to live in a fisherman's village. I'm from a waterlocked mainland that has flatlands and mountains, so I wouldn't know what they need. Like they have seasonal fishing. I'm sure you guys do understand that to a certain, because if you're on a port, it's seasonal fishing. A lot of the times they come inland for jobs because it's seasonal so it's not like we don't interact with them. But if I were to move there, I would have to learn how to live with maritime rules because the ocean doesn't care about my feelings. And if it wants to send a hurricane, it's going to blow the house over.
Yeah.
But up here, okay, well, talking about mountains. Well, not every mountain is necessarily scary, but the one that is kind of famous for my neck of the woods, and it's from Crow's Nest Passing. And the island was named, or no, not the island, the mountain was named Turtle Mountain by the natives. It's an 80% slate mountain, so it's very shifty. A lot of people go there because it's famous because it kind of crashed on part of a town. So ghost town, right? But the natives and like right now they're telling people not to go near it because they think it's going to fall the other way. They're keeping an eye on it because there's another town on the other side. You don't know that until you go to a place. Like I wouldn't. Noise, you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry. I hope you weren't going for a walk because I was going on.
No, well spotted. I saw the movements. I was like, he's talking.
Yeah, my stuff was. Yeah, my stuff was being weird too. Like it. I had updates the other day, and it switched to my camera, and I don't really like having my mic on my camera because sometimes I want to mute. Like if I go to the bathroom, I just mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to point out something. It's like Jenna said. Sometimes she plays up the Canadian thing because people are looking for the Canadian thing. She plays into it a little bit.
Yeah.
You will talk to some Americans who will lean into the stereotype, who will be like, "This is what you believe we are, so we're gonna play it up." You will run into that. So you're gonna get a lot of faults. Negatives, not half truths, however you want to look at it.
I mean, some of it's also like old culture. Like you're talking about stuff that my great grandparents would have been doing, and it's fine to have a Heritage Day. I don't mind those. Those are fun. But like, no, we don't do that shit anymore.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, they're honoring their ancestors and stuff and the hard ass shit they had to do to make it. And people, I think, should be thankful now that they don't have to do a lot of that stuff.
I thought it was fun. For me, it's Uber camping. It's like extreme camping doing that shit for some of it. But I enjoy learning about it. And I enjoy learning about both sides of it too. Because I get this from my dad. Because he used to go to these trips where it was like a camping trip, but it was meant to be like what the settlers would do, and part of the camp was native,
Yeah.
So like I love that kind of stuff because it shows both ends of it.
Well, it's always good though to learn that kind of stuff just in case you might need it.
Mm-hmm.
You never know when you might need to know something like that. So for example, how many people now would know how to tan a deer hide?
That's
not
nothing.
Very many. I know it's nothing, but not very many people know how to do that.
It can be tricky to get it right. You'll make the skin too stiff. There's a process. You got to run it through several processes.
Yeah.
My dad.
If you don't do it right, it can also stink like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
My dad does know how, but it depends on the piece and where he's getting it from. But he's also an old man now, so. you know,
I was taught to do it with salt and a lot of scraping, which is how the native people did it. They'd use well, before then they wouldn't use salt; they would use ash.
I know. Once R2 joked about smoke signals. No, I didn't have training in that, but I have learned a little bit about it. And essentially, you put something over the fire briefly for a certain amount of time, and then you lift it. It brings up puff of smoke, and you do a longer or shorter puffs of smoke for depending on what you're trying to get across.
It's actually something that I've never dismissed that as being unclever. I think it's clever as shit. I wouldn't be surprised if some of our guys did it in World War I and II, because if you're not thinking to do or look for something like that, it's a sneaky way to send a signal.
They actually relied heavily on natives in World War I and II.
Yeah, they did. Like the Navajo code talkers. They needed a language that they could communicate to their people that could not be, if it was intercepted by the Germans, that they could not decipher it. Well, what better language to use than Native American? Because you ain't going to decipher that shit. You're not going to unless you know it.
Well, I'll be flat out. It's also where we get a lot of our guerrilla tactics from, is from the natives. Because when the English came over, that's what they did. They were like, "Oh, you're in bright red. You're all in bright red."
That was just straight dumb.
Well, to
But
be
it shows,
though,
but it shows status.
to be fair, though, they were going into unfamiliar territory, and they did not know that the native people did not have battle lines that they actually had and all that kind of stuff.
It was known in the early American times that it would generally take 10 men to take down a native. And no, this is not just propaganda or I forget the fucking words, but this is literally how it's recorded on both sides.
It's basically the natives were able to hide like 10 or 20 in an area where the Brits just couldn't see them, so you've got all these guys picking you off with like knives, and I don't know if they had bows. I think they did. I don't. The thing with bows is there's different types, so I think it was just a different type. But yeah,
well, I can speak for this region anyway. They definitely had bows. Everybody, used to. You can't really find them now, but they used to find arrowheads all the time. That was from hundreds of years ago that were carved. They would find arrowheads all the fucking time.
I just know that my dad, he's such an engineer. He was very much into native style of a lot of things. So he did take a flint knapping course, and that's done through the native tribes, or at least the better ones are, because they have older styles. So he did do that. Engineers like to figure things out.
Also, when it comes to arrows, different feathers make the arrows act different. Like you cut your feathers in a certain way, and it'll make them perform a little bit different. So yeah, I mean, there was a whole art form to it.
Yeah, my dad took to archery in a way where it was like every style that he could figure out, he did. The only one he couldn't do was the actual traditional English longbow, and it's not because it's difficult, it's because it's heavy. You really do have to have both the strength to pull it and the talent to have archery. It's a two-way street. I think he got up to 150, but those things are what, like 300-400 pounds?
No, 150 isn't that heavy of weight on it, but
no.
I mean, for a woman, yeah, typical woman, yeah, but anyway, yeah, I did do in the survival training, I did do bow and arrow as well, but I sucked at it. I was no good at it.
Well, I mean, when I was a kid, my grandfather,
whereas on the other hand, I'm very good at shooting a gun. I mean, I can hit from 150 feet. I can hit a cap on a bottle.
Yeah. Well, my grandfather, when me and my brother was kids, we were taught how to shoot a bow, and we said, no, we want to shoot like 22s and BB guns and pellet guns and stuff like that. It's like, no, you start with this first, because we already knew how to shoot fairly well. But he said, no, you do this. And we asked him why, and he said, because it's silent. You won't.
Well, when I was like 7, my father gave me a gun. When he gave it to me, put it in my hands, and he said, shoot them birds down. It's a typical thing. If you got funny feelings on that, I mean, they were just little fucking birds. That was the go-to thing. This was decades ago. And one I got on the first shot, the other took a couple shots. So thinking back, even when I was young, I was a damn good shot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like when we were shooting the bow, we asked why, and he said because it's silent, and whatever your target is won't hear it coming until impact. So that was one reason why we learned to shoot with a bow. But now one of them big compound bows, I can't use those things. I just can't.
That's kind of what I meant by the archery. My dad has more combos than but even then, like, yeah, my dad would have said the same thing. That the silent way is a little bit better because of that. Like, you have to think a little bit more about what you're doing with the air, and it's a little bit more silent. But he gave my brother a slingshot, but it wasn't like the cloth thing. It was the armband one.
Oh,
but it came with the
yeah.
metal balls. So yeah, it was basically, go after the squirrels,
Yeah. Well, my grandfather also said to use owl feathers in your fletching, because owl feathers, they're naturally made, they're naturally grown in a way that makes the air move over them and underneath them in such a way to where the arrow will move better. Don't use turkey feathers or crow feathers or anything like that. Use owl feathers.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, because they're silent flyers.
Yeah. I mean, he taught us a lot of stuff like that, and my grandmother, she taught us about how to go if we were out in the woods, what was safe to eat and what was not. And sometimes the safe stuff looks like a lot like the not safe stuff. So yeah, I mean, it just goes to show a lot of that stuff.
Speaking of safe and not safe stuff to eat, a lot of people's like, no, I'm not. And it's like, okay, so you're gonna just eat out, right? You're gonna eat out where you don't know if people pissed in your food or how many hands was in it. Like this clip shows a little bit of that kind of thing.
Oh, ew, oh Lord.
Oh no. I mean, that's a loss for the store.
Like Harry in my salad. Is
no.
Taco Bell, what the fuck is this? Yes, sir, that's what the fuck. Eating my hamburger. It tastes weird. So I take the bottom off of it. Yep, and a dirty ass penny stuck.
Just found this shit in my fucking food. Nasty ass Panda Express, bitches.
Ashley, raise that waffle up. Raise it up.
No.
Oh god.
Man.
Okay, I think that was somebody's dentures in the bottom of it.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh, I was hungry. It's right here, y'all. Look, it's something moving. Look, it's moving. There's a straight up caterpillar in my Chipotle.
She ordered pizza and she ordered it with nothing on it.
Oh, a little bit.
Bruh, What the fuck is this?
Oh,
Need
ew.
fucking trap. Bro.
Oh God.
What, do you not want bread on your wings? So they put my wings on top of bread. They put them on top of bread. And then I asked for a calzone, right? And they just took the pizza and folded it over.
Oh no.
Ew. It's
They
wrong.
gave me a sauceless.
So that was a pizza without sauce. That actually is very common. You order a pizza out, no sauce. Very common.
It is. It is. Well, I mean,
That's upsetting.
every now and then I'll eat out somewhere, but for the most part, I make what I eat. So if it's bad, I only have myself to blame.
So there's people like, no, I don't want to hunt or grow things, and I don't want to do the work. It's like, okay, so you're probably gonna have some immigrant doing unspeakable things to your food, and that's probably gonna go through 4 other people who does unsanitary things, and you're gonna get it, and your mouth be watered, and you won't know any better.
Yeah. Our customer service has gone downhill.
Service in general went downhill. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, because now you can't even eat lettuce anymore without getting the horrible shit.
We're gonna end soon, but right at the moment, I'm gonna play a funny clip. I thought it was funny anyway.
Hey, stop. That is not how you pass a woman on a trail. I'm moving into her personal space. I'm initiating conversation without her consent, and I don't look very friendly. Here's a better way. I'm avoiding eye contact and crouching low while keeping most of my body hidden so that I look less physically intimidating. I'm laughing so the woman knows that I'm friendly, and I've raised my voice outside of the masculine range, which is more comforting. This is how you pass women on a trail.
Oh, dear Lord.
I mean, that would certainly make me more comfortable. Jesus.
Look, with the shit they say is like, oh, you're groping them with your eyes, and you don't, you know, and all the, man spreading, and it's like, goddamn, there's nothing you can do. They're telling you, go trans, motherfucker. That's the only thing we'll accept.
Yeah, that's
I guess now I can understand the whole beer thing now, man acting like that, or a beer. We'll go with a beer. Yeah, fuck it.
Well,
at least you know where you stand.
Was it a thing, or that a woman tried to save a bear or something, and the bear ate her because she didn't want to believe that the bear would eat her, so the bear ate her, and now they're trying to take it out on the bear. I mean,
yeah, you pass the woman, make sure to call her my precious.
Say it loud, say it clear. Hungry bears are welcome here. Oh, jeez.
It's another funny one for you.
If I were to spell,
I find it astounding that it took the other woman that long to realize.
Apparently, yes.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
How drunk is she?
Very.
Yeah.
But I think she should have caught on with like the one before when she was like twi, and I'm like,
well, I look at it as an exercise in psychology.
Mm-hmm.
You affix them into a certain mindset by framing.
Framing.
They then go to the end with that mindset you have put them in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what that shows to me is a lack of critical thinking. You allowed yourself to be set in a particular mindset and then driven all the way to it, no, you're bottlenecked by it, and you can see no way out.
Yep. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
To be fair, that would have probably got me.
Don't
a
you
couple of
mean
times.
twoo? Don't you mean twoo?
Is that maybe why the Australians are stuck on Noor? Is there a way to say no?
Nor.
I do have the tendency to look at things through a lens of psychology. It's a natural inclination of mine, you know, but
I don't disagree with you. I'm joking about the Noor. Because that clip's funny too.
Say no.
So yeah, I think it is about time to wrap this up. But listen, I always appreciate you two showing up because it would be a much different show, a much worse show without you two.
Well, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Yes.
Yeah, they're always fun. These shows are always fun.
It's a shame. I thought Iris was going to be here. Actually, he did say that he was going to be turning up, but yeah, he's probably fell asleep.
Yeah. I mean, considering the hour where he's at, yeah, I mean, it's completely understandable. Or you know, maybe he's living life, or I don't know, whatever, you know. But yeah, no issues. Okay, so with the outros.
Okay, I'll be on Noise Pollution on Monday and Thursdays, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, every other time frame. Do your own conversion. And that's about it.
Okay, so on to Jen.
I will also be on Noise Pollution Show. That'll be on Thursday, and I'm on my own show on the Minions of the Zoo, which is Wednesday. And I will be on Rhoda's show whenever he does one, which, you know, I always just wait for his Discord, so I know. And yeah, I have her around the neighborhood and say hi to people.
Okay, R2.
Just thanks for having me. Nice. Subscribe to Noise. Subscribe to Eris Rhoda. Subscribe to Jen on Rumble. Yeah, that's it.
It's late. If there's anyone actually watching, they're probably going, "Don't tell me what to do."
Reverse psychology. Never like, never subscribe. Yeah.
Okay. You know, watch whoever is streaming. You know, Rhoda, of course. Jen, she does shows. R2, he shows up. And you know, of course,
I'll fucking do it again.
And if you don't want to listen to me or listen to them on who to watch, you know, maybe this will, you know, motivate.
Pick me, choose me, love me.
You know, it's in the side of that clip. There's the hypno owl.
Yeah.
So, I'll play it again.
Pick me, choose me, love me.
Lol.
He's very keen. I like that in a woman.
Okay, so until next time, you know, watch who the fuck ever you want to watch, but hopefully it's one of these people, or you know, Rhoda. Rhoda's been good. He's a great guy. But especially watch my shit, of course. But until next time, later, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Shoo-be-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo.
bop, 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 bop.